6 more days of this stage to go, 12 more players to be decided into the next phase, which is, of course, 8 groups of 4, and then the winner of each of those 8 groups go into the final day, July the 15th. So 2 groups of 4, and the respective group winners will play each other on the evening of the 15th in a best-of-5 final to decide our champion. Will it be one of today's players? Well, they're both very interesting groups. On table 1, Jack Jones, former World Championship runner-up, takes on a new professional from Ukraine, Michael Larkov. Oliver Lines against Alfie Burden, the second match of the 2 players in this group. On table 2, another Ukrainian, Ulian Boyko, against Ian Martin. He's coming on through the Q School list. And a young Chinese player, another one, Lan Yuhao, takes on Joshua Thomond. He is the top, actually, of the Q School top-ups. So he'll get in quite a few events this season. You can watch table 2 live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But for us, Jack Jones, of course, he actually set a record in the Invitation Championship League in 2025. He made 32 centuries. That's the most if anyone's ever made in a professional event. How he'd love a few today. He's at number 32 in the world. He was in the top 16, but of course, at this year's World Championship just gone, the points for reaching the final 2 years ago came off. So he did suffer a little bit of a slip down the list, but a real quality player. And Michael Larkov, he's the World Junior Champion. That's how he's got on tour. Just 17 years of age from Ukraine. Very exciting for him, starting out on the 2-year card that he's got from World Snooker Tour. And in fact, he's already beaten Anthony Kowalski in the Wuhan Open qualifying 5-3. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Ukraine seems to be a real coming force in the game. Of course, we've got Ulian Boyko on the other table. Anton Kazakov, the European champion as well, will be playing tomorrow. So Stephen Hallworth alongside me, and Jack Jones got to be on his mettle here, you suspect?
Yeah, a player that, as you've already mentioned, that he's got a good run of form in this event. He's good in this format. Michael Larkov, though, is very much unknown still. Fantastic young talent, as you say, from Ukraine. They're all coming through now. The European countries are really producing some good snooker players, which is great to see. It'll be interesting to see again how this group unfolds. A group that is really tough to call yet again. I know we sound like a broken record, but this format can throw up some surprises, and let's hope that Larkov produces a good standard today.
And Jones very close to getting in there. Yeah, at the age of 12, Larkov won the Ukrainian Pyramid Championship. Have you ever seen Pyramid, Stephen?
Is that the game with the balls are super tight, in it, they're big for the pockets, aren't they? They only just fit in.
It's brutal, actually. I commentated on it once for Eurosport, and every ball is a cue ball. Basically, it's a game of potting. The balls are really heavy. They're really heavy. They only just go in the pockets. So the idea is just to keep potting, and then the next ball becomes a cue ball. But I tell you what, if he's won a tournament in that, he's made of hard stuff.
And also, he should be pretty accurate, because to pot balls on those tables, you've got to be... Well, there's no room for error, is there? So these tables will probably feel like buckets.
1.
It's funny, actually. I've watched a few clips on online of that in the past, and the players get so angry when they miss balls on those tables from right behind them. They still can't drop them in. Shows how tough that is. So every credit for winning a tournament in that discipline.
But he fails to pot the black, so Jack Jones does get a chance. Of course, he's very much the experienced man here. And he can score. We know about the centuries in the invitation event, but even at the World Championship qualifying last season, he beat Luca Brissell in the final round. He made 5 centuries in that match.
Yeah, that was a great game, wasn't it? We kept across that one at the Judgment Day coverage. Brilliant standard, 2 players going properly at it.
The thing is, though, that round, it's associated with, quite rightly, with being nervy, and quite often the snooker isn't the highest quality. But so to produce this display like that, he didn't actually do so at the Crucible, did he? He lost 10-2 to Mark Selby, but that's what he can do.
fall. Jack Jones 1, Michael Larkov 5.
Well, not the neatest start to this opening frame. Both players now, having potted a red, have missed the colour that follows. And look at this table, very, very messy.
Yeah, ball's sort of getting in one another's way. He beat Wang Jingbo in that World Junior final right at the start of the year, so he's been counting down the days, I'm sure, to turning professional.
Yeah, and that's a great result, isn't it? Because Wang Jingbo has been spoken of as one of the many good young Chinese players coming through and potentially to get on the tour. He is now on the tour. Fantastic young talent. That's a great win, I think, to win that WSF Junior title. Beating a player like that tells us everything we need to know that Michael Larkov can play.
Jack Jones' best run last season, English Open semi-finals, but as I say, had those big points coming off, 200,000 ranking points coming off at the World Championship, so he was always likely to fall back a few places. He was seeded there actually last year. Xiao Xingtong beat him in round 1. Well, a very cagey start, this. Well, this could be a stalemate, because if they're just going to be tapping into these reds.
This is what we like to see, first frame of the day, isn't it, Dave? You've only been here for 11 days.
Well, I say it was the halfway point, but the way this frame's going, it might not be. Now, that's going to open things up a little bit, but it's still... The red in bulk is the problem, isn't it? That's the one that they're worried about, I guess.
Yeah, Michael has got the chance maybe to play safe from that now. Just chip it to the right side cushion. OK, might lose the advantage for the time being, but it would just open the frame up completely. Doesn't seem interested in it, though. Looking again to try and get that cue ball back to this top cushion. Don't think any player likes a frame like this.
Yes, a warm welcome to the professional game for Michael Larkov here. It's not all Hollywood shots and long reds flying in.
Yeah, and actually, you know, you've got to read the room at times. Look at who you're playing. In a tactical battle, Jack Jones is going to be favourite. So I think the approach for Michael Larkov is, when he gets his opportunity, he's got to try and keep the game open, try and attack. Jack Jones is a hardened match player.
1.
So Jones has won that little standoff. Can he now take advantage? No is the answer. And the blacks run safe. So this frame,
Jack Jones 1.
it's almost like you just want to kind of start it again. This was a good chance though. I mean, black off the spot. Meanwhile, Julian Boyko is flying on table 2. He's on a break of 84 there.
Again, quite a wide open group, isn't it, on table 2? Got Ian Martin and Joshua Tomand joining the fray as Q-School top-ups. Lan Yu Hao and Julian Boyko. All 4 of those players will certainly fancy the job today. Who's going to come out on top? Well, it certainly is a false start, this opening frame. I think it's just going to take one visit to the table from either player just to settle things down and just find a bit of rhythm, because at the minute the misses are becoming contagious.
One.
Jack Jones has qualified for the Wuhan Open. We had, of course, that and the China Open qualifying before the Championship League, so he's got that trip in August to look forward to.
Yeah, I was just talking to Jack in the practice room before we came on air and discussing the sort of structure of the calendar nowadays. And of course, in a few weeks' time, we've got another big set of 3 qualifiers here in Leicester. It's important. It's almost impossible to do, isn't it? But you got to try and time your runs right. The way the calendar is now, you want to try and play well those weeks. Of course, it's not that easy, but peaking at the right time. Because if you don't have a good week with those 3 qualifiers, you get big gaps later on in the season.
11.
Well, Boyko did indeed run through that opening frame with a break of 90 against Ian Martin.
16. 17.
'Of course, I know you're all waiting for the draws to come out, but the British Open is a wide open draw. It's FA Cup style, so you just don't know who you'll be playing. You can't sort of work out the seedings or anything. There aren't any.
Two. 23. 28.
Well, the break goes to 28, and when Jack Jones came to the table, a 30-40 break would have felt massive, so he's creeping close to that mark now. Still needs plenty.
I mean, ideally he needs a couple of pinks, doesn't he? Because then he won't need the 2 reds on the left-hand side, so that's why he's played on the pink.
Again, he just needs to be mindful of these pockets early on in the day. Just try and play this at the correct pace to allow the pocket to accept it. Yeah, nicely played. Didn't overplay that, didn't overhit it.
Well, 30 in front, yeah, so he looks at the scoreboards. 2 reds, 2 pinks.
35.
Would be 44 in front with 43 on, although, of course, the black is tied up anyway, but let's see how he goes about this. So he's played on the blue, so he will need
36.
another red after the last open one.
Yeah, I actually think there's value in taking the pink here. Although he's got the angle to maybe disturb the 2 reds. It's quite a precise shot to screw him behind. Big area to play into, though. Oh, that's actually made things a little more awkward.
41.
Well, if he pots the pink, Larkov can only tie. And of course, he would need blacks to do that. Well, that's very nicely done. So just try and pot this red, and it should be his frame. It took a little bit of time to warm up, but this has been a good break.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous break, really, hasn't it? He's taken the loose reds, and then that little problem at the end, he solved it
49.
really well. Great visit. This is exactly what either player was looking for, to just settle into this match and erase those early mistakes. So advantage Jack Jones, and pressure on Larkov now to respond.
55.
Yeah, it's not just the size of the breaks that's significant, it's how they're made and the context of what sort of frame it's been. Balls were awkward here, but bearing in mind he missed that black off the spot right at the side of the frame. He's potted some great balls actually to keep this going. There's no way back certainly for Larkov here.
$58. $60.
And if you can clear the table here, then 85, you know, a useful break. Because as we know by now, high breaks can decide placings.
63.
That's if all of the things are tied at the end of the day in terms of the table.
67. $72. $78.
Well, he's really taken these well. When he came to the table, the chance to clear it was quite slim actually, but he's gone about things really well. 78, okay, the black stays out, but after an uncertain start, to say the least, of the frame, Jack Jones off and running. Of course, he's the top seed here in Group 22. Table 2 is Group 4, and Ulian Boyko, the top seed here, and he made a 90 break in the first frame against Ian Martin. Yeah, this young Ukrainian group, of course, Anton Kazakov as well to come. Really promising, and of course they've had a lot of challenges in their own country to deal with. In fact, Larkov, him and his family have moved to Germany. So despite what's happening in Ukraine, they're really producing the goods on the bays, and it's great to see. Ulian Boyko seems to get taller every time you see him.
Yeah, another player that is in need of results this season, Ulian Boyko, similar to myself, on second year of a tour card, looking for a decent start. Of course, the Championship League isn't regarded as a huge ranking tournament on the World Snooker Tour, but if you get on a good run, first and foremost, book your place in Phase 2. The prize money can soon mount up. It's a great opportunity for players like Boyko.
Yeah, absolutely. So that continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, and his compatriot here,
Second
Michael
frame,
Larkov,
Mikhail
to
Larkov
break
to
in
break.
frame 2. So we've got 20 players already through to stage 2, and 19 of them were either seeded first or second. It's still only Dean Young who's come through from the 3rd or 4th spots, and he was actually the 4th seed in his group last Saturday. So it's been going to kind of form overall.
Just choosing to be careful there with the safety, looking for the thin edge of the lone single red rather than playing off the main cluster. More of an attacking safety shot. He's not got much wiggle room now. He's lost the opening frame. If he's going to take all 3 points from this match, Michael Larkov, he's got to win the next 3 frames. Again, that red going into balk may dictate how this frame is played. Both players will look to open the reds and bring the cue ball back to this top cushion. Well, it was quite a risky shot selection there. Had the cue ball not have been tight to this top cushion, Jack would have had a straightforward one, but if you can get touching in behind that yellow, it's still trouble. Michael Larkov played the safety shot about as well as he could have done, but it was almost a guarantee that the next time he came to the table he'd be, well, snookered on everything, and I think he is.
Markov did have a couple of half chances in the first frame, but in general, he's been kept at bay here by, of course, a much more experienced opponent. but he got nowhere near that, and he's left it to left middle, a much easier pot for his opponent. So this could be the start of something. Well, not on the black.
Yeah, it's quite a... Well, it's a really poor
Green
positional
ball.
shot, that, isn't it? Look at how much room there is to get on that black. It's got yards of space. So it's been quite a shaky start. As far as Larkov is concerned, he's had a couple of opportunities, and at this level in this company, you've got to try and capitalise on them as best you can. Put the pressure on. Because that's what these guys can do. That's a great long red that Jack Jones has found.
Well, he's definitely got his eye in now, because we saw that 78 break in the first frame after, let's be honest, a pretty poor start to proceedings, but once he got in, he stayed in.
It's a good shot. Difficult piece of apparatus to operate, particularly when you're having to do a little something with the cue ball. Very easy to just chuck on a bit of a wanted side. That time he needed a bit of right hand side to swing the cue ball round, and he's judged it to perfection. But he didn't want that cannon.
16.
Quite a bemused look on the face of Jack Jones as he trudged round to discover he's on nothing. How dare that cue ball not go past the red? At first glance, I don't think he can even try and keep this break going.
Jack Jones, 16.
The dreaded double kiss. Referee keeping close watch here, and the rest close to these reds.
One. 8. Nine.
Now, if he plays for the red into the right middle from this yellow, there's a chance he could just tidy up the blue spot. If he lands on it in such a way to just play a little delicate cannon to red or pink or something, just to open things up. No, he's not got the angle to do that now, so it's going to be red for baulk colour and
13.
then get back down this business end and try and keep himself on the black for as long as possible.
Fourteen.
Good percentage play there from Jack Jones. Already 29 points in front. Doesn't need to take any risks. But he wants that one back.
18.
Oh, surely he's not on that red through the gap. Well, if he's landed on this red to left corner, that is quite incredible. Look at that for a gap. Doesn't even look anything there. Well, that is extraordinary.
19.
That cue ball had to land on that absolute specific point. Not even a hint of remorse either, Dave. Classic snooker player.
No, I mean, in a way it's good because you sometimes see,
23.
you know, a slight exaggerated apology where you know they're not sorry. But Jack, I would say, is a bit more old school.
24.
He'll have played really good shots before that have gone wrong unexpectedly through bad luck, so just take it while it's there. Now back in business, looking good for 2-0. And of course, as
31.
top seed, he will play the last match tonight, whatever, against Oliver Lyne. So by then he'll know how the land lies. But certainly if he wins this match 3-0, he's almost certain to be in contention, serious contention in that match to win the group.
Thirty-two.
Of course, the year before, he got to the World Final and made his debut at the Crucible, got to the quarterfinals. I guess for him now, the challenge is to translate that form in the long matches to the shorter matches, because most of the circuit, the matches are far shorter. And therefore, try and win one of the other ranking events. Again, he's on that list that we've been talking about of players who could definitely break through and win something.
Seven.
Right now, though, it's about this next red, which should make it 2-0.
Yeah, just on that run to the World Final, it almost feels like now, because of the cutthroat ranking system, how your points come off after 2 years, it feels like Jack Jones almost needs to rebuild and try and get back up those rankings. It was a big loss
55.
to come off, and of course he's down at 32nd in the world at the minute. Still good, obviously,
56.
but he wants to be higher. And to do that, he needs more consistent deep runs in tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, last season there was a lot of talk about, you know, could Kyron Wilson supersede Judd Trump as world number 1, but of course
63.
he didn't have a particularly good year in ranking events, and he had the 500,000 points coming off, so he's actually dropped to 8th in the list.
64.
And it's very early, but on the Crucible cutoff list, there's all these lists going on, but on the Crucible cutoff list, provisional, Kyron's actually 20th, so obviously needs a good season to avoid the dreaded Judgment Day.
Yeah, another player you can't wait to draw at the English Institute.
70.
Well, once again, I know he got that one piece of fortune with position, but once again, in general, he kept this going well. He's nicely in
71.
stroke now, Jack Jones. Made 78 in the first frame. Michael Larkoff got in, didn't he? But he had the red to left middle, he immediately didn't get on the black. There was a lot of room to get on it, so
78.
it hasn't settled yet, and the problem is in these matches there's very little time to do so. Already the best he can do is a point.
79.
So Jones has beaten, he's breaking the first frame.
85. 87.
87 to follow the 78,
Jack Jones.
and Jack Jones
7
in
frame.
control of this match, needing just one more frame to take all 3 points. Erling Boyko, of course, raced into 1-0 lead with a 90 break. He is in front. They're still going in that second frame. It's a little bit slower going, but he's got a good lead here, 49, with 59 still on. Lan Yuhao and Joshua Thomond, the other 2 players. Great thing about this event, I think, you know, it's a level playing field in terms of the setup. Everybody plays 3 matches. There's 2 tables, both streamed. There's no one out on table 7, you know, in the car park. It's all the same for everyone, basically.
Yeah, and it's a different mindset coming into this format. Because you know you've got multiple matches in a day, it's not like normal ranking tournament where you turn up, there's a lot of pressure. You either win or you lose. Got a chance to build on things here at Championship League as Boyko slots home an absolute rocket into that left corner. How well has he cued that?
Well, it's a frame winner, isn't it? And as you say, it's one of the best shots we've seen in the 11 days we've been here. Took his time just working out what he was going to do. Could not have hit it better. So looking like 2-0 there as well. It is 2-0, of course, to Jack Jones over Michael Larkoff here on table 1. Jones trying to join his compatriot Dylan Emery, who's qualified for the next phase, the only Welshman through so far.
Well, that's much better. And look at how confidently he played it. That's good to see. He didn't hedge his bets and play it as a shot to nothing and get a good cue ball in bulk. He put all his eggs in one basket there. It's a good sign. So now chance to get to work. He's overscrewed that by some way.
4.
The red by the black will be of keen interest if it pots to left corner. But he's got to negotiate this one first. Refine position. And he hasn't been able to do that.
Mikhail Arkov, 4.
Now Jack Jones will be straight round to look at this red next to the black. There's no doubt. He wants to know, does that pot, can I get on it and get that black in play? From there, it doesn't look potable.
One. Three. Jack Jones, 3. Fall. Jack Jones, 4. Double hit.
Wow. Controversy.
For me, it was double hit.
I'm not sure.
For me, it was, I was stating.
I'm not sure either, to be honest.
No,
I
I
don't
was
see how
standing
this
here
can be a double hit.
And cue ball wouldn't move like this. Cue ball wouldn't move like this. Because I was standing here, it went too far away from that. It's a foul for me.
I think the cue ball's perfect. It's exactly where he played it to, so I don't see how it can be a double hit. Drama, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, they're all looking at Jack. I don't know what he's supposed to do here. It was nothing to do with him, was it? It's the one person who was nothing to do with. But it seems he's going to play this shot himself. He could put Larkov back in, of course, from here.
Yeah, you know, regardless of who's right or who's wrong, no damage done, is there? It's just as we were. It's the sort of shot, because the cue ball is so close to the object ball, as a player you know straight away, and quite often your instinct kicks in. The second you strike the ball, you know if you've double hit it, and I've got no doubt that Larkov would have been straight up and admitted to the foul if he felt it was a double hit. It's a tough one for the ref to call that, but he had to make a decision and he made it.
Yes, we don't have a VAR room at the Mattioli, so there's not a panel of experts we can refer it to. Yeah, Larkov just overhit that safety and hand on table. Jack Jones pots the red.
6.
Slightly awkward table this for Jack to score heavy quickly. You can see the intention there, trying to get on one of these reds to this left corner. That then would free up the other when he pots the black.
Seven. $14.
Well, that could have been a
Jack
match
Jones,
winner because he was
14.
on the black there, but the red stays out. Everything about this shot, apart from the red not going in, was really good. Doesn't seem to have left anything though.
Yeah, the run of the ball hasn't really favoured Larkov. You can look back at the chances he's had, and perhaps that's the reason for that. The balls have a funny way of punishing you if you don't capitalise on your chances when they come about, but it's not been helped by the ball run.
Foul. Miss. Larkov 4.
Oh, deciding to have the cue ball replaced. Okay, didn't have anything to go at in terms of a pot, but the green was in a good position. Made it a bigger target in baulk for Larkov to maybe return the safety himself and get Jack in more trouble. But in the end, it was a good decision because now Jack's missed it for a second time. If he has it replaced again, he'll be warned.
4.
Well, taking a pot on. Or thinking about it.
He's not. He's going to have this replaced.
Back.
Yeah, I mean, seemed the most likely outcome, so has to hit one this time.
Okay. I have to warn you if you miss, it's run the frame.
Otherwise it's 2-1. And that's the problem, because you have to make sure. More likely, that way you're going to leave something on. He has done. Caught a second red. That's where it went wrong. And that's why the cue ball has just stayed amongst them. So Michael Larkov, who's going to make any impact on this match, he's going to have to start this visit. His compatriot Ilyan Boyko not far from winning 3-0 on table 2.
1.
Well, that'll make him feel good. I mean, there's massive pressure on that. He probably loses the match if he misses that.
Yeah, he's kept good composure there for that
6.
shot. As you say, felt like a big shot sat here watching. Never mind for him stood behind it, knowing what he was leaving if he missed it. Very well played. Now, can he string a few together? No obvious reason why he shouldn't, looking at this
7.
table. There's at least 30, 40 points without moving the cue ball too far.
Well, Ukraine also going well on the other table. Ulian Boyk on a break of 78 here.
78.
So the
12.
match is over, and now he's just looking to set a bit of a high break target. But what a great start for him. We saw that wonderful pot in the last frame, which effectively won him the second frame. He made 90 in the first frame.
79.
Of course, we saw him get to the semi-finals of the shootout last December in Blackpool. Stuart Bingham just beat him narrowly in the
13.
end. He won a couple of matches in China Open qualifying. Boyko didn't ultimately make it through. In fact, he lost to Lu Hongyu, the Table 1 group winner last
86.
night, and then in a decider to Mitchell Mann in the Wuhan qualifiers.
18.
But that's a fine performance. That match has taken about 50
Boyko,
minutes, and he's won
56
3-0.
Frame. You know.
Lan Yuhao, Joshua Thomond up next.
19. 26.
Just needs to be careful with this one. Shouldn't miss it, but a little straighter perhaps than he would have liked. So a bit of pace required to get straight enough on the black. Doesn't want to be hampered on top of
27.
that red, and that is a careless positional shot. Clearly never thought about that red. It was all about the pot and just stunning up for the black, but had to be mindful that there was a chance that could happen. From nowhere, he's now got to drop this in, hampered over the red. No, he's missed it. That's a shame. But he bought that
Filarkov,
on himself,
27.
really.
Yeah, it's a shame because it was a chance to put something substantial together, but get a bit of confidence going. It's still such a learning curve, of course. Only 17 years of age. In general, it's good to see
1.
so many European players coming to the fore. And there is a kind of a slight changing of the guard. Here's a fact for you, okay? There's more Ukrainian professionals now than professionals from the Republic of Ireland, which, of course, for decades has been a stronghold. Just Aaron Hill and Leon Crowley now. Ken Doherty's retired.
6.
There's also 3 from Poland, of course, 3 from Belgium.
Yeah, I think back to the early days of when I first got on the Pro Tour, and we used to have those PTC events dotted around Europe. They were great ways of introducing the game to the European countries and getting to know
7.
the talent from those parts of the world. And of course, now they're starting to come through.
Well, if you can get this black back on its spot, then it's a good chance you feel to win the match. And set the pace in this
14.
group. He would have a long break actually till 4:30 when he comes back to play Alfie Burden. Of course, Oliver Lyne's also in this group, so it's a tough group, but
15.
you can't do better than a 3-0 win first match.
Twenty. 21. 28.
Well, if he's straight enough on this red, he'd like to leave the low angle, get somewhere parallel on the black on this right-hand side. That would give him a nice line to attack that red on the left side cushion. That's what he's played for. Parallel on the black.
29.
Needs to pull up. A little bit of angle. Might have to play this as a bit of a punch stun across. Can he power the cue ball in behind that red? It's a great attempt. Oh, that's a brilliant shot that he's played. He had very little angle to play with.
36.
And he's dropped that in
37.
well also. Now in potting the blue, he just needs to play in behind the yellow. Yellow would be frame ball. So he can give it every chance of dropping, and again, heavily punishing the mistake from Michael Larkov when he was nicely in.
First two.
These should have been his points.
Yeah, so it's yellow. And he goes 26 in front with 25
44.
on. He's on the green. So the first sort of 5 minutes of the match, it looked like we'd be here all day, but Jack Jones soon clicked into gear. He made a really good 78. He made 87 in the second.
47.
And as Stephen says, Larkov had his chance in this frame, just left himself awkward, broke down, and once again Jones has stepped in. So pretty authoritative performance this from the top seed in this group, Jack
51.
Jones. And he has a break and waits to see how the group stands at the halfway stage.
$56.
3 half centuries. $56 the
56. Frame of
latter
match.
effort, and Jack Jones completes a 3-0 victory over Michael Larkov in just under an hour. The teenager did have chances there, but he'll have to return later and try for better things in his next match. We'll have a 5-minute break and we'll be back with Oliver Lynes against Alfie Burden.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So Jack Jones has beaten Michael Larkoff 3-0. And our next match, an interesting one, Oliver Lyons and Alfie Burden. A lot of experience here. Of course, Alfie Burden back on the World Snooker Tour after that incredible victory at the shootout last December. Oliver Lyons 53rd in the world. That's his highest ranking actually of his career. 3-0 Ulian Boykova, Ian Martin, Lan Yahao and Joshua Thomond have just got underway on table 2. Matria Multisport YouTube channel for that one. So Alfie Burden, he's of course former world seniors champion, and that shootout victory really was one of the memorable moments of last season. Of course, he was a very late call-up on the day that he was called up. He was actually gone swimming. He was about to plunge in and got the call, got dressed, drove up to Blackpool, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I think the two greatest shootout moments were Burden capturing the title and Sean Murphy's 147. Both, as you say, simply incredible stories. Perfect break-off from Alfie in many respects there. Just missing the blue, and when you do that, you know you've got a really good chance of being behind the ball colour.
Foul and miss. Alfie Burden 4.
So Dave, plenty of experience here, although Burden is the older man by 18 years. 50 in December he is. Ollie Lyons 31, but he's been around for a while.
Yes, and he has won 3 out of 4 against Burden in the past, although they haven't played for 6 years.
Alfie. Foul and miss. Alfie Burden 4.
You could understand why he was persistent on the same route. That was definitely the shot to play, and 8 points at this stage of the frame is nothing to be too concerned about. Yeah, got back on the tour off the one-year list. And those shootout points were the only ones he earned because he won a first stage group in this tournament last year, did Alfie Burden, beating the likes of Sean Murphy 3-1 and Bolshuevos 3-0.
Yeah, great group to win, actually. Tower Circus in Blackpool, where the tournament, of course, returned to. It's such a terrific venue. It's a great atmosphere there. And he got on the table at the end, something you see all the time in 9-ball pool, but it's kind of frowned upon in snooker. But it is the shootout, and you could understand his excitement. He only just beat David Lilly. He went right down to the last few seconds. Just won by a few points there, 3 points in round 1. So it could have been a different story.
Foul. Alfie Burden 4.
Directing off. Yeah, I think one of the things that Burden has lacked during his career, certainly not talent, he's got that in abundance, composure. And yet during that shootout, every time you thought, well, he might wobble, he didn't. He stood firm.
Well, he made a great break in the final against Stuart Bingham. There were 2 massive shots. One was to open the reds, and then he left himself the cue ball on the cushion for the black. You know, with all the hoopla going on around him, and just stroked it in and didn't look back. Oliver enjoyed it as well, mainly from the audience with Stephen Hallworth. They seem to be on camera a lot, those two.
Yeah, I must say I'm a big fan of the shootout. I know a lot of traditionalists aren't. I would hate to see 2 shootouts in a year, but one is absolutely fine with me.
It's a fortunate little flick there, but again, Lyon's just got to get the direction right here, and he should be okay. Yes, I mean, it's worth saying snooker itself was derived from basically messing about with existing cue sports. You know, it came about essentially as a game invented for army officers to gamble. So, you know, sort of the soul of the game and all that, it's a little bit pompous, I think, all of that. The shootout, as you say, it's 4 days. It doesn't intrude on anything else. You're not forced to watch it. You're not forced to enjoy it. And if you don't, there'll be a proper tournament, as it were, the next week, which there was, the Scottish Open. But I tell you what, Alfie Burden loved it, and quite rightly. And he enjoyed that one as well. That was a terrific shot.
One.
Just died into the pocket. I think when he hit it, he wasn't quite sure he'd reached. The other thing you have to say about Burden, what he did in the World Championship, okay, he lost in the first qualifying round, but it was a fine performance nevertheless. He took Liam Pullen to 10-9, made a 1-4-2.
6.
And actually in that match, he scored over 100 points more than the winner. So he's playing some good snooker.
Yeah, I did the final session of that one, and it was really high quality. And what I remember about it was at the end,
13.
Liam Pullen, he was quite a close decider. He won the decider. They shook hands. Alfie sort of gathered his
14.
stuff, and then he came over to him, just took a moment just to say, you know, I really hope you qualify. And of course he did. Liam was with us earlier this week.
And Burton's start of this season has been pretty encouraging. He won a match in the China Open. And he won 2 matches to qualify for the Wuhan Open, beating Long Ziwang to book his trip out there. He'll play Sean Murphy in the tournament proper.
Nine. Thirty.
And Alfie's really good pals with one of our best pals, Neil Folds. If you're watching, Neil, hope you're well. He's doing okay so far.
Well, you may even look at the green here. Right, it will be blue. He's avoided the cannon. Now then, how's the cue ball looking? It's looking good, is the answer. He's back in amongst them now, so this is a great chance to win the first frame. I think it could be dangerous, actually, now, Alfie, because I think he was sort of making peace with, you know, playing
44.
seniors and maybe not chasing a tour card, but it kind of just came out of nowhere winning that shootout. And now he's back on for 2 years, so it feels like a big bonus. I think he was sort of moving towards sort of retirement from the professional ranks.
Yeah, because here, last season, having won the World Seniors, he played in the Champion of Champions, and he was drubbed 4-0 by Mark Williams. And at that point I thought, well, we might well have seen the last of him, but oh, definitely not. He's playing some lovely stuff. And this has been the, I suppose you could say, annoying thing about Burden over the years. Everyone who knows the game knows just how well he can play.
58.
Well, that's frame ball.
59.
Helped, of course, by those foul points at the start of the frame, but he's nicely on this anyway. So, a fine start. Actually, this is frame ball, but don't expect him to miss it. There it goes. Yeah, a fine start this from Burden. Exactly the start he's looking for to impose himself here.
66.
Well, Burden's only win over Lines was in the 2015 Gibraltar Open, and he made a 120 break to clinch that match. He really is a classy player.
74.
Definitely an underachiever, and that's a compliment,
75.
not a criticism.
H2.
Well, of course, we know by now that high breaks can decide the group if they're level on all the other various factors. So, a century here, and a big one at that, would really
90.
be to his advantage. But really, just for his own confidence, this has been the perfect start.
91.
I mean, he's, you know, as I say, a World Seniors champion, but he's playing like a young man here, not hanging about.
Yesterday, at times, some of the snooker was drudgery.
88.
So far today, it's been really good.
99.
Well, this will be the 33rd century of this year's Championship League. And what a terrific one it's been.
106. And
it continues.
Alfie Burden,
107, a lightning fast start from Alfie Burden to take the lead over Oliver Lines. And at the same time, frame one on table two, it's gone to Joshua Thomond against Lan Yuhao. Remember, Ulian Boyko led 3-0 earlier. Yeah, well, as Phil said, Alfie Burden got £6,000 out of this tournament last year, which contributed massively with the shootout prize to the return. And this is the prize money. Of course, you are guaranteed 4,000 if you get through to stage 2, 3 from winning this group, at least 1 in the next stage, and it goes up and up. So the winner of stage 2 gets 4,000 in addition to the 3 they've already won, 6 if you win stage 3. If you win the whole thing, 20. So it's £33,000 in total. They are ranking points as well. Runner up 10,000. Of course, the one place, as we know, nobody wants to finish is 4th in the group because you get 0. So the money goes up, and obviously winning so early in the season, those ranking points really give you a head start over the rest.
And what's great for Burden, and indeed all of the new intake, is that they haven't got to worry about going to Q School at the end of this season. It is a 2-year card, which gives them some breathing space. By the way, the Lan Yuhao Josh Thomond
The second frame.
first frame was error-strewn to say the least. Thomond won it on the blue after Lan missed several balls he should have potted.
One.
Very languid cue action there, lovely pot.
Well, he knows what he's got to do in this match now, because any thoughts Alfie Burden might, be a bit rusty have been extinguished already. This is just a bit awkward. The Reds just hampering him. But his scoring last season was good. It's not always been what he's been known for, but he made 15 centuries. That's the most in a single season he's made by some distance. In fact, it's the first season where he's made double-figure centuries. But as I say, that was just a bit awkward, that blue.
Oliver Lines, 1.
Now Burden looking at a possible plant to right corner. As you can see, he's just trying to make it there. We'll see if he can make it. Feels he can, and he has done.
1.
Being on the blue would have been a lovely bonus. But he can't miss, this man. Can't miss. Dare I say, Dave, what's it all about, Alfie? Well, I'll tell you what, he's playing some lovely stuff, cherishing his return to the tour. I suppose it's a case of absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah, as I was sort of saying earlier, it didn't feel like he was chasing a return. It just sort of happened. And that's why he could be dangerous these 2 years.
Four. Six. Seven. Yeah.
Asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. Well, he asked for the cue
15.
ball to be cleaned, and yet he got a vile contact anyway. Hope that doesn't get under his skin. Just thought it might.
Elfie Burden, 15. One.
It's been a while since Oliver Lyons came onto the tour as a fresh-faced rookie. He did so after winning the European Under-21 Championship in 2014. In that first season, he did enough to be named Rookie of the Year.
7.
His PB in a ranking event was achieved in 2024. Got to the semi-finals of the British Open. Lost to John Higgins there. I think he was just overcome by the occasion and general nervousness. He played very poorly, but to get to the semi-final, he played very nicely.
Yeah, he was very nervous. He was waiting I was commentating with Ken Doherty, and he was waiting outside, just where the box was, to be introduced. Ken, as he does, sort of tried to sort of jolly him up a bit, but you could see, you know, going into the lion's den against John as well, John Higgins, you know, you couldn't ask for much harder a match at that stage. Beat Judd Trump last season in the Saudi
16.
Arabia Masters, and played terrifically well to do so.
Yeah, that bought his biggest ever payday,
19.
£30,000. But if he were to win this tournament, that would be eclipsed.
$20.
Well, he could be 2-0 down here, so this is a bit of a lifeline in this frame.
$27.
Good group though this, all four players like to get on with it.
Yeah, I must say I was very impressed with
28.
Jack Jones. He looked as though he was cueing beautifully.
$34. $35. $42. 43.
Good response this, and I'm just wondering, that really bad contact that Burden had, will he dwell on it? Because he has done on certain incidents like that in the past. Let's hope he doesn't, because he's playing so well, it would be a shame.
50.
Well, he's always been a heart-on-sleeve character, but he's just waiting this out. Needs something to go wrong very soon, though. Lines really here needs a couple more reds.
$51.
Kept the break going well. A couple of shots with the rest, particularly the black a moment ago, that, you know, were missable.
54.
Just needs to make sure this next red, and it should be one each. Once again, the rest is coming out. Yeah, good stuff.
55. $57.
Burden will play on here,
Oliver
but
Lyons,
he's 43
57.
behind. 35 on. Blue and black could be quite handy for snookers, actually.
Lyons did well there, though, because when a player suffers a kick, and we don't see too many of them these days, but when a player suffers one of those, there's a sense they feel aggrieved, and so if you can stay at the table and keep that feeling going and let them stew in their own juice, if you like, it can be really beneficial, not just in the frame, but in the match.
Well, there's no stew in there. He was so lucky, and he admitted it, to get the snooker. Shouldn't be a free ball, but he's in one. He's got to hit this red. Yeah, so a bit lucky there. Burden still needs another snooker to tie.
We've seen the odd frame one after a single snooker has been required, but multiple ones, I haven't seen a frame rescued. Maybe this is going to be it. Very nice shot, yeah. Worthy of a table tap. Bit of venom in that one, Dave.
Yeah, I think just hoping with a bit of pace to get a bit of separation, but this red is potable. And that should be that for this frame, I think. In fact, Alfie Burden has conceded. So Lyons fought back nicely in that frame after sitting out the century. 57 the break from the Leeds man. And a good start here, one each already. Now Lan Yuhao made his debut here last year. Remember Matthew Stevens being particularly impressed with him. This is the second year for him on tour,
47.
and he's up against Josh Thomond, who won the first frame, but Lan Yuhao with a chance here in frame 2 to level up.
Well, the first thing to say about Lan is that he plays very quickly. You might say a little impulsively. First frame, he was absolutely
54.
steaming away, and he missed a ball he should have potted. Very little time taken.
55.
Yeah, he drew 2 each with Matthew Stevens. He lost to Ryan Day, beat Xu Yishen last year. Had a 1-4-2 in that match.
Yeah, the talent is not in question.
Well, he's only 17, so so he's got time on his side.
$63.
Well, now 53 in front, 51 on, so this frame should be under wraps, especially if the black goes in. Maybe there's going to be a little twist.
Thom on top of the Q School Order of Merit, so he'll get in a fair few tournaments this season. Of course, has the Q Tour as well, the Amateur Tour. So he'll be playing a lot of snooker. Got to the final round of the first Q School, lost to
8.
Sean O'Sullivan 4-2, and then round 3 of the second one, lost to Brian Achoyski of France, who was here earlier this week. Played in the China Open as well, lost to
8.
someone we saw yesterday, Thanawat Tirapong Paiboon, 6-3. Well, this should be 1-0 now if he can just drop this red in. Sorry, 1-1 I should say.
1.
The level of Chinese success in this tournament has been spectacular. And of course, plenty of candidates left to increase the numbers as he
Foul.
needlessly screws back in off there.
Well, it was clumsy. 46 in it. Well, what is it in it now? 46 in it. 40 in it. 12-point swing. So, well, we'll see. I mean, he still needs snookers, but he's just put himself under it for no reason. Anyway, we're going to go back to table 1. Ollie Lines and Alfie Burden 1 each here.
Yeah.
Whenever you see that kind of shot when a player screws back needlessly, I always think of one player, and I'm sure you...
Jamie Burnett.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Against Terry Griffiths at the World Championship, potted the brown to win, screwed back for the blue, went in off, and Griffiths ended up winning 10-9.
The thing about that was he didn't need the blue. I mean, you can understand he's playing on it, but just pop the brown, really.
That's the third frame, Alfie Burden to break.
A mere 30 years ago. Anyway, here in the present day, Alfie Burden level at 1 each here with Oliver Lines. 2 frames left to play there for, and I'm sure Jack Jones would love to see a 2 each draw.
Wow, 30 years ago, that Burnett Griffiths match. I'm not going to say it only feels like yesterday, because it doesn't, but it doesn't feel like 30 years ago either.
Last match Terry ever won at the Crucible. He retired a year later. Mark Williams beat him.
Really important frame, this, I think, in terms of the way this group is going to go, because Burden is clearly playing well. But the kick he received in the previous frame, will that affect his thought process, get him annoyed. Let's hope not. Don't know whether you mentioned this on commentary in our first match of the day, Dave, but I'm going to just bring it to the fore anyway. At the end of this session, it will be the halfway point of the tournament. 10.5 days gone, 10.5 days to come.
I did mention it, but you're quite right to reiterate it.
Big shot to take on, and it could lead to a big break for his opponent.
One.
Yeah, that 57 he made was good stuff, because there were a few shots with the rest and there were a few missable shots. I mean, he hadn't had a lot of table time in frame one, but there was no sign of any panic.
Six.
Got to the final round of
Seven.
qualifying for the World Championship last season, but was very disappointing actually against Liam Highfield. Looking to emulate his dad Peter, who played at the Crucible back in 1998 when Ollie was just a couple of years old.
Ticking down, always missable, that kind of black.
Oliver Lyons. 7. One.
Thought for a moment the pink might be nudged out at the death of that shot to be made available, but it's not. Another big shot from Burden. This time though,
One.
no damage done. He's clearly in attacking mode, but to be fair, he normally is. Plays a very attractive game.
Yeah, he got to know Neil and indeed Jimmy White, didn't he, at the Ron Gross Club in Neasden in London. And it's one of the old school clubs in the UK. And of course, would have looked up to those two professionals and would have been kept in line by them as well, I'm sure. He's also very good friends with Patsy Fagan, the first UK champion, 1977. Of course, Oliver Lyons currently plays at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds, one of the great clubs still in the UK.
Lan Yu Hao in promisingly in the third frame against Josh Thomond. 34-0 up. Superb shot.
One.
But another one required now.
One.
He's a 49-year-old veteran who plays a young man's game. Well, perhaps just as well the red didn't go in, because he would have been snookered on pretty much all the colours, but he has left a pretty much unmissable plant.
One.
The bulk of the reds still clustered together, but Burden will fancy this.
Yeah, you can't have everything, but it would have been handy there to have had an angle on a colour to go into the reds with the red over the pocket. But anyway, one thing he's never lacked for is sort of confidence, taking shots on. Part of that group, I guess, just after the class of '92, wasn't he? The likes of
14.
Sort of Matthew Stevens, Paul Hunter, that generation. Turned professional, but highest ranking 38, so didn't quite hit the heights as he would have liked.
15.
He's been in 4 ranking event quarterfinals, but of course has now subsequently won a ranking tournament, the shootout.
Quite rightly, because of the skills on display here so far. When he first turned pro, he was considered a massive prospect.
One.
He was invited onto the Jeff Stelling show on a Saturday afternoon on Sky Sports. Played an exhibition frame against Stephen Hendry, I think when he was just 17 years of age.
28.
And as I
29.
said before, talent has never been an issue. He hits the ball really nicely. He's got all the moves. Good scorer.
$36. $37. $42. $43.
Will be 43 in front with the blue. A couple more reds should see him home in this frame. But a very fluent match indeed. That was the case with the first one, although of course it was all Jack Jones.
$49.
So Alfie Burden back on tour, loving life again and playing some really good stuff here.
$55.
Already 2 snookers needed. The black surely stops any playing on from Oliver Lyons.
$62. $63. $68.
Well, just enough on
$69.
for a second century. Who takes the blue? It'll be 73 with 27 still on, of course.
Here we saw back-to-back centuries from Stan Moody yesterday in his
74.
middle match. Not quite back-to-back these two, but
76.
breaks of the highest caliber.
Yeah, and just you can see how confident he is. It's just sort of point and shoot stuff, this, isn't it?
79.
Well, in fact, yeah, it's 101 he can make, but either way, second century beckons.
83.
All very nice from Alfie Burden.
88.
So Oliver Lyons now looking for a draw, and I'm sure Jack Jones would like to see that as well. These two cancel each other out. But Burden
94.
playing seriously good stuff. This black for his second century of the match. Fantastic clearance from Alfie Burden, the shootout champion. And it was almost like watching him again at the shootout there, the speed he was playing. He leads 2-1 and needs one more frame to collect the 3 points here. And but for that bad contact in frame 2, you know, he could have won that one as well. Table 2 is 1-all. Lan Yuhao did break down on 54, and the lead has been reduced to 27. Now he's got a chance at this red. Bit wild, that.
Yeah, I think clearly not the finished article. You wouldn't expect so at his age.
1.
And Thoman now just keeps plugging away, and with the colours all in the open, he could salvage this frame. Bear in mind he was well behind in the first and he won that one.
5. 6.
So final frame, and must win for Oliver Lyons to get something out of this match. Trailing 2-1. 2 centuries from Alfie Burden.
Yet in the qualifiers at the start of last month here, Burden made a couple of centuries in those as well, so that's 4 for the season. A season that's still in its fledgling days. Earlier we mentioned the fact he's a former World Seniors champion. Well, he also won the World Amateur Championship in 2009. Beat Igor Figueiredo in the final in India. And if he carries on playing like this, I think he could be making some headlines this season. Now, I was just talking to Dave Hendon about half an hour ago, and I said to him, have you seen a re-rack during the first 10 days of this tournament? He said, no, I hadn't seen one either. And guess what?
Well, they've been biding their time. There was one amusing incident earlier in the week where Liam Pullen was playing Lu Wen Wei, and there was looked like a stalemate was going to develop, and Liam very sort of loudly suggested the re-rack and did not receive even an acknowledgement, never mind a shake of the head, nothing, just was completely blanked, and there wasn't a re-rack and the frame continued. But anyway, there has been here.
Yeah, like the vast majority of re-racks, that was a mutual consent early in the frame. No player with any advantage, just looking at each other and saying, we're going nowhere, let's start again. Arguably the worst ball that Burden has missed so far.
One.
Good pot, but the cue ball got away from Ollie Lyons. Jack Jones will be upstairs in the players' room, no doubt, rooting for a 2-all draw. That would do him the world of good.
lines 1. River lines 4.
Just kept watching the table there, well after the cue ball had disappeared, looking to see whether the red had travelled far enough back down the table to be available to middle, and it is.
One. Six.
So mid-range red. Not close.
Oliver lines 6.
Well, you can sense a little bit of tension because it's a big frame, of course, in the group overall. 3 points for Burden, or 1 each. I mean, Alfie Burden's made 2 centuries, so if he only comes away with a point, you've got to feel he'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, and this frame could set the mood for our next match because Oliver Lyons remains out there to take on Michael Larkoff. Quite often you can look back on the first match of a player and think, yeah, that was the big moment in winning the group. That was the case yesterday, actually, for me. Liu Hongyu, he was 2-1 down to Oliver Brown in his first match. The balls were everywhere. Brown played a good safety. Liu took on a red that was do or die, knocked it to the middle pocket, made 79, got the draw, then won his last 2 matches. Over on table 2, Lan Yu Hao has just spotted a really good pressure blue with the cue ball close to the jaws of a middle pocket. The pink has followed, and that's why he's taken a 2-1 lead over Joshua Thomond. Well-weighted safety from Alfie Burden. Two experienced campaigners trying to force an opening, but in doing so, causing a lot of these reds to cluster on one side of the table. The reds actually look like one of those frames that is sometimes re-racked where a colour goes over a pocket, but there's no colour there. Good shot, but one more needed. This black. You can never describe this as easy. It's a knee knocker. Catch that near jaw we've seen, and you've got no chance. Well, he didn't catch the near jaw. He missed it by a considerable way. So what an opportunity here for Oliver Lyons. I'm not going to say it's a frame winner, but he can build a pretty good lead, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked in one way that he was fortunate to be on the black, but I think maybe the opposite's true. He wanted to get the cue ball away and be on maybe pink or blue. The black, as you say, was tough. Had to go for it. Knew that he missed it, he'd be leaving lines in, and that's what's happened. So let's see if Oliver Lyons can make sense of this table.
Eight. Nine.
Well, he rolled the dice there and it's worked out very nicely. He's got reds into play. He's on one, crucially, which you're not always when you go into them like this. So he's tried to make something happen and it has done.
Roll the dice, that's double six. Couldn't have wished for anything better.
Looking, of course, to put the frame away and then to beat Michael Larkoff, and he'll have got the 4 points that you need as second seed to go into the last match against the top seed, still with a chance to win the group. So that was his aim, at least 4 points. Of course, he'd preferred 6, but at least 4 points from these 2 matches. For example, that's what Stan Moody took into his last match. Of course, he was the top seed, so he had a different playing schedule, but got to give yourself every chance and not rely on other results. Draw first up is not a disaster by any means.
Especially when your opponent has played as well as Burden.
Nine. Thirty. $36. 37.
So 2 missed blacks from Burden, both to the same pocket. One after suffering a kick, the second one always going to be tricky. Those 2 missed blacks, because they're going to be costly. Although Lyons now left with a ticklish pot of his own to that same top right-hand corner pocket. Burden not out of this yet. 54 behind, but ample on the table. Normally when you're facing a stiff deficit, the last thing you want to do is pot a yellow. But Burden had plenty of scoring latitude there, but having missed the yellow, you have to believe it's going to be a 2-all draw.
Well, pink to lead by 60 with 59 remaining. Well, it's been a very good match, this. 1 snooker needed, so not necessarily done yet, but looking like 2-2.
Oliver Lyons, 7. 1.
What a cracking pot. Now then, get those 2 reds open, pot them with blacks, and then get the snooker off the red in behind the black spot. The best laid plans of mice and men.
8. Version 8.
The Championship League began in 2008, and since then, so many groups, so many matches have seen extraordinary twists. Burden not quite out of this just yet. Another absolute rip-snorting pot and position on the black. Brilliant.
Must pot this. Yeah, and he hasn't, and that is a concession. It's been a terrific match. Alfie Burden made breaks of 107 and 101, but Oliver Lyons delighted to get the draw. So it's 1 point apiece, and Lyons stays on. In 5 minutes' time, he's up against Michael Larkoff.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back, everyone, to the first session of day 11 of the BetVictor Championship League. Interesting stuff so far. Jack Jones, I thought, cued very nicely. He made breaks of 78 and 87 in a 3-0 win over Michael Larkov. And then we saw Oliver Lyons salvaging a 2-all draw against Alfie Burden, who in the 2 frames he won, well, Burden made breaks of 107 and 101, so the standard's been good so far. Over on table 2, Julian Boyko, he also was in the break-building mode. Runs of 90 and 86 in beating Ian Martin 3-0. And I can tell you, the second match of the day is now at its crucial point. Lan Yuhao has just spotted the blue, so he needs the pink in addition to beat Josh Thomond by 3 frames to 1. I'll let you know when the pink is in or when it's missed.
Oliver Lyons to break.
Lan potted the pink. Don't know whether he's aware of the scoreboard. He's trying to pot the black as well, but it matters not. So Lan Yuhao beats Josh Thomond 3-1. Here, one of Stephen Hallworth's best friends, Oliver Lyons, badly needs a victory.
As does Larkov. The result of the previous game heavily favours Jack Jones in this group now. Oliver and Alfie Burden sharing the points, so it's advantage Jack Jones for the top seed at the moment, but of course the result of this game will change the table. So many permutations throughout the day, just trying to take care of business when you're out there. I think really from Oliver's perspective, that previous game, can't be too disappointed with the point really, considering how well Alfie Burden played. He looked very sharp, scored heavy. He's good to watch, isn't he, Burden, when he's in full flow like that. Really nice to see. So, yeah, this group is wide open still, but Jack Jones in a good position.
8.
Yeah, Lyons did well to stick with that match. He was definitely second best in it. We've seen so many groups, particularly this week, where a player gets a fighting draw in their first match and then wins the next 2 and tops the group. Lei Pei Fan and indeed Liu Hongyu, one of yesterday's group winners, come to mind.
Yeah, listen, this format is quite cutthroat, isn't it? Especially your first game. If you lose it, you feel, well, you feel like you're going to have to do very, very well to actually win the group and get through to phase 2. So if you can't win your match, at the very least, don't lose it. Try and get a point and reset, go again. Michael Larkov will have plenty to improve on from his opening game. He missed a few chances when he was nicely in. It could have been a different score, really. I think the experience of Jack Jones just shone through in the end and played well with it. Oliver's task is get into
18.
that main cluster parallel to the black. Able to do so here. Probably like to stun off the side of them really, unless he screws through them and drags one back with it. That's what he's tried. That's worked out a treat. Lovely piece of ball striking.
And if he could top the
25.
table today, that would be quite timely, because he's not made the best start to the season. Out in both the
26.
China Open and the Wuhan Open, beaten by Jamie Clark and Jordan Brown respectively.
Well, that was a gamble he did not have to take.
31.
Body language is not good. That suggests he might not be on anything here. You can see that red does just pass, so can keep this break going. Didn't need to play that cannon. And it's cost him.
Clear lines 31. One.
Good pot and a well-held cue ball.
Yeah, that was nice to see. He fully committed to that, didn't he? Didn't overhit the ball either. Cued it properly. Knew that he was leaving reds, which made the pot a little more difficult when you're low on confidence. So what can he string together now? Half decent chance to score a few.
8.
Obviously felt he didn't have the angle
9.
from that previous black to just run through and chip away the red from left of the black spot. That would have been helpful. At first glance I thought he did have the angle to do that, but obviously he knows better. He's got the issue now though of pink and black
14.
being out of play. So he's going to have to start racking up the mileage of the cue ball back for top side of the blue each time. It makes this break very difficult now.
$15.
The fact he beat Anthony Kowalski in qualifying for the Wuhan Open, bear in mind Kowalski qualified for the Crucible earlier this year, so the fact he won that tells you he's got real promise.
$20.
Where's the red? Oh, what a fluke.
21.
Our third and final match of the session has just begun on table 2. Lan Yu Hao remains out there to take on Ian Martin, who badly needs a positive result after that 3-0 defeat by Julian Boyko, in which he barely scored a point.
26.
Well, that fluke on the red could be quite fruitful because in the process, you put a few more balls into play. That pink is now active. Didn't quite get back far enough for this red to middle. Wanted to be straighter
32.
on it. But he's judged that one nicely.
33.
And the red at the back of this little triangle beneath the pink spot. If the back red goes, this is a great chance now. Pink puts him 8 in front.
$39. $40.
Saw him backstage earlier wearing a massive pair of those noise-cancelling headphones.
That's rude. Did he not want to listen to one of your stories, Phil?
Oh no, he was just walking up the stairs in front of me, but
46.
I think he's hoping to make some noise on the tour this season. But
47.
he is serving his apprenticeship and taking on master craftsmen. But there's nothing like the exuberance of youth. That was a really lovely shot.
52.
Yeah, but he needs another now. Quick glance at the score. 21 in front. Red-blue. 27. So he needs that red next to the black. But that was... Well, when we use the phrase he's cued across the ball, that's a perfect example of that. He's hit the wrong side of the red there.
He cued across the county there. That wasn't in the same postcode as the pocket.
Well, Dave was telling us earlier that he's a pyramid champion. That wouldn't have gone in on those tables, definitely.
Yeah, that game, the pockets, they're almost non-existent. A figment of your imagination. Now, can he make amends here? Yes, he can.
1.
Well, he had very little ball run in his opening game, did Michael, but he's had plenty in this frame. The flute red to get control of the scoreboard, and then that complete butchery of that red to right corner just then could have left anything for Oliver. It left him in trouble, and in escaping the snooker, he brought the safe red into play, and it's the red that Michael needs. Needs to take advantage of that, though. Well, he wanted to be nicer on it than this. This is a little bit of a tester, especially
5.
off the back of that poor piece of cueing a few moments ago. Can he redeem himself?
$6.
This is really good stuff. Bear in mind, 17 years of age, playing on TV. Should be quite daunting, but he looks pretty much at home. And now he's on frame ball.
Well, can't quite understand why he played it that way. He could have been in a whole lot more trouble than he's actually put himself in anyway if he'd have gone in behind that pink, but at least the blue has gone in. 32 to the good. 2 snookers for Oliver. But he'll play on because there's some big targets on this table, and you would expect him to lay one here.
He was always chasing against Burden, 1-0 and 2-1 down. When you think Michael Larkoff, we're talking about him as a prospect, which of course he is. As Lyons encounters an unwanted double kiss. The point I'm making, though, just puts into perspective what an achievement it was from Ronnie O'Sullivan to win the UK Championship at the age of 17.
Yeah, it's unreal, isn't it? When you put it like that. And let's be honest, I know the game is completely different now to what it was then, but there's not 17-year-olds or younger that you look at the moment and think they're going to win a Triple Crown anytime soon.
Yes, and of that class of 1992, O'Sullivan wasn't the only one doing wonderful things in his teenage years. John Higgins, multiple ranking event winner as a teenager.
It's quite an extreme comparison to make, though, isn't it? Because in the grand scheme of things, there's only a very, very minute percentage of people that will ever reach the heights that those guys have.
Yeah, it's not a criticism of Larkoff, more a tribute to those two. And of course, going even further back, Stephen Hendry won ranking events as a teenager as well.
And now he's about to become a national treasure with the return of Big Break.
Well, he's had some big breaks in his life, so he should be accustomed to that show. There are too many to chronicle with Hendry, but what about when he was 8 frames each with Ronnie O'Sullivan in the Liverpool Victoria Charity Challenge final? O'Sullivan 8-2 down, won the next 6 frames in 68 minutes. Hendry and the decider makes a 1-4-7. Now that's a big break.
I bet he couldn't do that now, could he? He struggled to make a 1, a 4 and a 7 now. No, he was all right, wasn't he, in his prime, was Stephen. Not too shabby whatsoever.
If he's not listening and watching Stephen Hendry, he's got his spies, so the next time you do the podcast with him, he'll give you both barrels.
That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping he is listening. Reel him in.
He's such a curmudgeon, Stephen Hendry. That's what makes him such a good company. And he loves it as well. He revels in the fact he's a curmudgeon.
Yeah, he's great value. I've been lucky to work alongside him on that podcast and in the commentary box over the last couple of years, and start to see him come out of his shell a little bit. It's great to see. Meanwhile, Oliver still searching for the snookers that he requires. Nice to just flick that black into play now, so that's another area of refuge potentially.
Well, Lan
17.
Yu Hao is maintaining momentum, having won his first match against Josh Thomond. He's now 1-0 up on Ian Martin.
20.
Playing a very fancy shot with side there. If he can
28.
get to 6 points after 2 matches, he would put plenty of pressure on the top seed Julian Boyko as he makes a
28.
real total clearance.
2.
Oliver Lyons has got to keep plugging away, hoping that maybe he can expose the inexperience of his opponent.
Well, if that pink was a ball off that side cushion further into the table, it would be winking at him right now to get the cue ball in behind. It's a very small target where it is. But he's done well. I don't think he's quite got the snooker. Great attempt. Oh, clearly he has. Shouldn't be a difficult hit.
And when your opponent's chasing snookers, that's the best thing to do. Put them in one.
Four. Mikhail Larkov 4. 3 ball. Brown.
Well, that's effectively end of frame, and you can see from Oliver Lyons' body language, he's going through it a little. And it's not just what's happened so far this morning and afternoon, it's what happened in those qualifiers last month. On the back foot already.
4. Fall.
Now, we saw this earlier, a needless in-off screwing back. Will that pique Lyons' interest? Well, we said before, didn't we, Stephen, that Larkov is serving an apprenticeship, and that's how you learn, the hard way.
Yeah, we've all done it, but he'll never do it again. And he should be behind the pink now. And now this is difficult to hit. If Ollie didn't have a guaranteed snooker straight out of his seat, he might have given the referee the nod, but the fact he felt he could get one straight away, if he gets the points, then it's, well, very much game on. Tough to hit that way, really tough. It's a very small target.
Lines 4.
Yeah, the fact is, there was just no gain from that big, expansive shot to screw back. Why? Why?
And the thing is as well, any player on the tour, particularly one with the experience of Oliver, it'll put him through a world of pain now, or at least he'll try to, just to compound how he might be feeling. So decision time. Might be worth potting this green, leave the cue ball left of baulk, get the snooker in behind the pink again from the brown. Not quite.
Well done, because he was under a degree of self-imposed pressure there. Now, though, 32 in front with 22 on. 3 snookers required. Maybe Lyons will remain in his chair.
Mikhail Larkov 3. And the frame, Mikhail Larkov.
Indeed, he does. And so Michael Larkov wins his first frame of this group after losing 3-0 earlier to Jack Jones. Now he hits the front against Oliver Lyons. Let's take a quick look over on table 2. Told you that Lan Yu Hao was 1-0 up on Ian Martin. Well, the Englishman in the balls in the second, looking to equalise. Lan, by the way,
Martin,
in
14.
the first frame, made a break of 61. Plays really quickly, sights really quickly, Stephen.
Yeah, he's a naturally gifted player, isn't he? Plays instinctively, which is, you know, often the best way to be. In fact, not looking for problems out there, just getting on with things.
Yeah, made a top break of 63 in beating Josh Thomond 3-1 earlier.
Second frame.
As always, you can see the action on table 2 today and throughout the tournament on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And we'll keep you right up to date with all of the developments over there. So Oliver Lyons to stay in realistic contention for a table-topping spot, has to win the next 3 frames here. a second successive draw wouldn't cut the mustard. Larkov is on the tour because he won the World Snooker Federation Junior title earlier this year, beat Wang Zhenbao in the final. And that was a really good performance because over there in Bulgaria for that event, 80 players turned up. And he was the one who was left standing at the end.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier actually in the opening game. I think that's a brilliant win for him. You know, Wang Zhenbao is spoken of in high regard. Another fabulous young talent from China coming through on the tour now as well. That's a good pot from Oliver, nicely controlled as well. The two cushion soft stun for the black. A little bit awkward that with the position of that yellow near his bridge hand. It just throws up a different dynamic to that shot. He dealt with it well and that black just wriggles in, dearie me.
8. Nine. $16. $17.
Well, didn't quite manage to get top side of the black there. Now there is a red just to the southeast of the pink really that will pot to this right corner, but in getting on it, it'd be quite a high tariff shot because he'd have to screw through the reds. It's gone wrong. Seeking the two cushions into
22.
the cluster.
Oliver lines 22. 1.
Well, different frame. Another fluke.
Mikhail Larkov, 1.
That's a brilliant piece of cueing from Michael Larkov.
1.
Slightly jacked up the cue to try and get the required purchase on the cue ball to find the path back to black or baulk colours. First things first, knocked the red in, and he did that well. It's quite an awkward table at the moment. Not a great scoring chance for either, but let's see if we can unlock this puzzle.
We know he
4.
badly missed that red when he cued across it in the first frame, but generally speaking, I think, Stephen, technically he's got a lot going for him.
Yeah, I think he looks good on the shot. There's nothing that sort of stands out as to a red flag as to why he shouldn't do it. Technically looks sound. It's just experience, isn't it, Phil, at this level and in this company? You know, you go from the amateur circuit where you're probably getting 3, 4, 5 chances a frame. It's a lot different on the professional tour now. If you get 2 chances a frame, you're doing well. Obviously, every frame is different. Some go really scrappy, but in general. Of
5.
course, he's still very much learning his trade. He's so young, inexperienced, but this is priceless experience on the professional circuit.
Across this arena, Lan Yu Hao has just taken a 2-0 lead over Ian Martin. So Martin, first to be eliminated from that group, Group 4. Lan won the first frame with a break of 61, as I've told you. Just made a 62 to win the second.
Mikhail Larkov, 10.
Having a little bit of a good run, you know. I think a little bit actually is redundant. He's having a proper good run. Horrible cueing he's left here. Well, had that red gone in, I think Oliver Lyons was entitled to blow a gasket. And it nearly did. Hit both jaws at the middle pocket before staying out.
One. Six. Seven. Fourteen. 15. Twenty-two. 23.
Played that shot really nicely with running side, ideally on the black. So from here, should equalise.
Yeah, black gets back out of the way now on its own spot, and we just saw from that previous angle that the red will go to this
30.
right corner pocket near the pink spot, so can't see any reason why Oliver won't go on to win this frame now.
31.
And he's asking himself a question again in terms of the 3 points. Losing the first frame is not ideal. Clearly, you need to win all 3 remaining frames to take the maximum points, so work to be done still. But he'll battle on, that's what he does. He's a solid match player now.
Well, 2 things there. Very unexpected
38.
miss. And 2, really good camera shot to illustrate just how tight these pockets are. Hit that left-hand jaw, that near jaw, and they will not fall.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm glad it didn't drop because it shouldn't have done. He did miss that red. You have to be accurate on these championship tables, and even more so this season on these Rassons. So what a reprieve that is for Michael Larkov.
Tell you what, this time last year, that red would have gone in. So I think you're quite right. He did miss it. The pockets are giving nothing away, and the players have to be accurate. Well, he looks around the table here. The yellow obviously could be a potential problem, but
8.
what a clearance it would be. What a blow to Lyons.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a weak strike there from Larkov. He wanted the cue ball further north of where it is now. He would have ideally loved an angle on that red, just slightly high of straight to just run through, chip the pink away and bring the 2 reds into play also, but he'll have to go elsewhere now.
Fine.
Well, he fancies this red pot ball to the left middle, so well, he's not that nice on it, but I suppose it might be a blessing in disguise, really, because he can just play a delicate little cannon to the red next to it. This is the big shot. Yeah, missing it. He's done the frame.
Michal Alarkov, 14.
Yeah, he's 35 behind, so this elementary red is frame ball, much to Oliver Lyon's relief.
One.
So it's 1-1 effectively. What about if it goes 2-2? Well, that would mean
8.
that if Jack Jones beats Alfie Burden in our first match of the next session at 4:30, Jones would top the group
9.
with a match to spare.
$13. When you realize 13 in the frame.
Having
You're
fallen
right.
1-0 down, Oliver Lyons could not afford any more mistakes, any more loss. Well, he did win the second frame, and so stays in line for a possible 4-point haul from his first 2 matches. It is Lyons 1, Alarkov 1. Now, on table 2, Lan Yu Hao has had a couple of 60-plus breaks, all ready to take a 2-0 lead over Ian Martin. He missed a bad blue early in this frame when he was nicely in, but Martin didn't take advantage. And now looking at the balls and the way that Lan is playing, you have to wonder whether 3-0 is incoming.
Free. Four.
Tell you what, if he were to win a big title, one of the headlines undoubtedly would be Lan's the man. You can see it now, can't you?
9.
Might be a way down the line yet because he's still got lots to learn.
You just never know how soon it's going to come,
10.
though, do you? They're all improving so rapidly from the Far East. It's great to see. And now pretty much a quarter of professionals on the World Snooker Tour are from the Far East, aren't they? So just shows the sign of the times.
Yeah, if you're talking about the People's Republic of China and Hong Kong combined, it's 34 players on tour, so that's, yeah, a little more than a quarter. Ollie Lyons is from Leeds. I know his dad Peter's a big Leeds United fan. Is Ollie the same?
Is he? Yeah, he is.
Says the Lincoln fan with gritted teeth.
Yeah, the fixtures for the new season have just come out actually, and the Mighty Imps head to the Riverside on week 1, and it clashes with, I think we've got some qualifiers or something on that first weekend. My dad's side of the family, and my dad a big Middlesbrough fan, so it's been good to have gone had a tear up in Middlesbrough that night, but snooker gets in the way again, Phil.
Well, Lincoln will have my full support in the Championship when they play the Wolves on 2 occasions next season. Obviously, I'm an Albion fan. West Bromwich Albion, that is.
That's a miss hit. Big time. That cue ball should have been dumped in this bottom left corner, but clearly not as played. And the double kiss again presenting a chance for Larkov. Not a good scoring chance. Look at the black again, the black spot all messy, pink out of play. And once again, he's just got the blue to work with.
Just didn't get hold of the cue ball. That means he didn't time it quite how he wanted. Very nice indeed. Now he caught that blue just a little thick.
6.
Had he potted the blue to the middle of the pocket, the cue ball would have journeyed more and left a shorter range red than this. But so what?
Yeah, again, another example of a nice piece of ball striking that time. Didn't overhit that shot, just sweep through the cue ball, caught it as intended, maximum response, and back up top side of the blue.
Mikhail Larkov, 12.
Well, I think the phrase is riding his luck.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? The shot he played on the blue to go into the main cluster was a bit of a calculated punt, really. Tried to maybe bring the pink into play, but actually made it worse. He didn't land perfect on the reds, but look at the result, having missed it.
Well, Yu Hao is taking his victory parade on the colours. On table 2, he's going to beat Ian Martin 3-0.
One.
Another good shot, played it properly. Had to try and negotiate the little cannon to the black, just take the chance to bring it into play, and he has done. And then it's in the lap of the gods as to where the cue ball finishes, and well, he's got something to work with. But he just needs to take a second really and just study this table. He doesn't really want to play on that black just yet, because in potting it'll tie it up completely.
Five.
Now that really was sweet cueing. Helps when you've not got an awful lot of scar tissue, Stephen. That kind of shot when you can just swing the cue through the ball as though
10.
nothing depended on it.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure it was as played, to be honest, because why would he want to hold the spot if the blue doesn't pot to left corner?
Yeah, I was more talking about the fact he just potted it with very little hesitation.
Well, if the blue doesn't pot, he can play on the black, and that then going on the pink spot is okay. Well, perhaps the blue does pot.
11.
Well, it must do, so I'll take it all back, Phil. It was pure genius to hold that spot. Great thinking. Oh, maybe it didn't go.
So you're taking all back what you took back?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Well, he missed that red by a fraction, so that suggests it was tight.
One.
What I will say, regardless of results in this match, in this group, I think Larkov's got a lot to build on. Good solid base of a game he possesses already.
Yeah, if there was just one piece of advice, it's just try and be a bit more clinical when you get in the balls. You know, the break building side of the game. Because at this level now, the modern game, you have to score heavy, so when you get your chance,
5.
it's that cue ball control, keeping a close rein on it to make the break easy. He's been up and down the table a few times, and ultimately he's paid the price. You know, there's plenty of time to learn the tactical
6.
side of the game, but the scoring can be improved.
No, he's not taking this blue because it's the easier pot. It frees up a vital pocket, but, and it's a big but.
11. All your lines 11.
Nice return, really good. Oliver played a good safety shot in fairness. He was very close to covering a lot of Larkov's options, but that is a fantastic return. Might be forcing Oliver to pot his way out of trouble now. Yeah, and that was tough. So that good return from Larkov has maybe created this opening. If he can pot this next red.
One.
In the first match of the day against Jack Jones, lost 3-0 did Larkov. Jones making breaks of 78 and 87. But in this one, he's competing a little better. Much better, actually.
Yeah, and I think that's where this format lends itself, because it allows you to maybe have a slow start, but because you've got a couple of matches to come, there's always hope. Get a match to learn the conditions, and then you often see players start to grow with confidence as the day goes by, and that's what we're seeing here.
Six.
Well, that was quite delicately played. It's good thinking to play it that way. Just push a few more reds into play. And now just make sure you pop this black. It does not matter really where the cue ball lands. It's going to be in a line pretty much with the black up the table. It's got multiple reds to play on. Well, he's overrun that quite considerably.
13.
Worrying times, though, for Lines. Now 25 adrift in a frame he has to win.
Mikhail Larkov, 13. Full miss, Mikhail Larkov, 4.
Well, no contact, 4 penalty points, but that's the least of Lines' concerns. He's left a red.
Well, I'm not sure why he played it that way. Just drop the red in, float it in, let the cue ball run to the left side cushion. Big, well, massive area to land the cue ball. Blue, green, brown, anything really. You didn't need to do too much with that. That is a big let off.
1.
And shots like that can often be a turning point. Oh, he did not desire any contact with that red. That's a poor one.
6.
Yeah, you can clearly see that something is bothering Oliver, and I think he just hasn't quite got to grips with the conditions. A little brush of the cloth with the hand suggests that it's not reacting how he thinks it might. But it's his job to adapt, and he's got to adapt quickly because he's running out of frames in this game.
Oliver line 6.
Not the easiest thing to do when you're nicely in and you surrender position, to then just step back, take a moment and play a good safety. That's what Lyons did there. Well, that could have finished in a more appealing position for Lyons. Cue ball very tight to the right-hand side cushion. So this is a horrible, horrible shot. Just kept it simple.
1.
Yeah, take the red and now he can lift the pink. Get the pink back in play, get a good cue ball in deep bulk and try and cut off paths for Larkov.
Oliver lines 1.
Again, Oliver's tactical nous is just setting a few traps for Michael Larkov. He intended to cover the red in open play there, Ollie. Forced Larkov at the reds along this top cushion. The chance of catching them thick was there, and that's what happened.
Don't know whether the white ball is picking up chalk today, but it certainly did in the second frame of Lyons' match against Burden. Burden had the cue ball cleaned and he still suffered a kick immediately afterwards.
1.
You don't get many kicks to the pound these days, do you, Phil?
No, they're an event these days. Way back when, they were occurring far, far too often. All because of the new Town chalk.
6.
Oh, that's a kick of another variety.
Oliver line 6.
That was just pilot error. This is Group 22. The winner of this goes into Group F, where already awaiting is the player who produced the performance of the tournament so far, Chang Bingyu.
and a difficult safety shot to play, and certainly a difficult one to get right. And he'll be pleased with that outcome. He caught that nicely. Okay, he's left this red probably to go out from distance, but it's tough. Oh, and he's caught the red along the top cushion as well, so big chance now for Larkov to get this frame won.
Going to hear some rogue music in the background. Rogue in the sense it shouldn't be playing.
1.
Well, he should have been here at the qualifiers the other week when there was a concert next door, Phil. It was, well, put it this way, it didn't feel like we was playing snooker, it felt like we was at the concert. The bass was that loud at times, the rails on the table were actually vibrating.
Anyone famous?
It was Madness. They were over the road, yeah.
3.
Don't know who they are, mind.
More from my era.
I'm only joking, to be fair. There were some proper good tunes being played.
Four.
Well, this is the last shot really to seal the deal in this frame. Could have been nicer on the blue to have made it a bit more straightforward. He's just asked himself a needless question. But he's controlled that nicely. That was a good shot. Just make sure of the red, guaranteed to be on the blue. And now should be guaranteed a point in this game.
Oliver Lyons had to win the last frame to gain a draw with Alfie Burden first time out. He
15.
needs to win the last frame here to draw his second match. It's been a good morning for the 17-year-olds. Lan Yu Hao, 2 wins out of 2 on the other table against Josh Thomond and Ian Martin.
20.
And now a new addition to the World Snooker Tour.
24.
At the very least, he's going to put a point on the board.
$29.
I've been impressed. He certainly doesn't seem overawed by the situation he finds himself in.
42 in the frame.
So a 42 clearance from Michael Larkov, and with that he takes a 2-1 lead. One more frame in this session, and when it's complete we'll arrive at the halfway point of the tournament. Now, I've just mentioned Lan Yu Hao winning 3-0 against Ian Martin. Let's see how that affected the table over there. It's Group 4, and Lan is leading the way. 2 wins out of 2. Ian Martin eliminated from the event because he's got 0 from 2. Julian Boyko started off nicely. He's only played 1 match as the top seed in the group. He beat Martin 3-0 with breaks of 90 and 86. So you have to believe the Boyko Lan Yu Hao match, which is last up this evening, might well decide who goes through. Well, it will, one way or the other. We're getting to the point now where we start thinking about the second stage, the third stage, and the final of this event. Basically, if you win the BetVictor Championship League this season, you will receive a total of £33,000. That is £3,000 for one group, 4 for the next, 6 for the next, and then the £20,000 bonus for coming through the final. It's not only, Stephen, £33,000, but also 33,000 world ranking points and the possibility of earning a place in the Champion of Champions right back here at the Mattioli Arena in November.
Yeah, there's a lot of carrots dangling, isn't there, for the players in this event, and I always think it's a great opportunity for the mid-ranked players to have a deep run in a tournament that doesn't actually possess a lot of the top 16 players. Of course, we've still got Zhao Xingtong to feature in this event. Defending champion Stephen Maguire is back tomorrow, but a lot of the top players choose not to play in this, don't they, Phil? So it does open up the window of opportunity for someone to come through the field and land the ranking title.
Yeah, not dissimilar to the shootout, although the format is very different because the shootout, fast and furious. This is labyrinthine. We go on for 21 days in total. 3 groups of 6, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the week after next to determine the champion. Basically, it's 32 groups initially, 4 player groups, so it's a 128 player field. The 32 group winners go into the second phase. The 8 group winners there are split into 2 final day groups, and the 2 winners of those groups then go head-to-head over the best of 5 to claim the title. A fully blown world ranking title, which is coveted by many. So basically, to capture this title, you've got to invest 3 days of your time. That's all. It's a very lengthy event, but in terms of how long you've got to be here as a player, it's just 3 days.
Yeah, key word there, as a player.
Michael off the break.
You'll be here for 21 days. And poor old Marcel Eckhart, I mentioned for our tournament director, he's been here for an absolute age, hasn't he? Did the qualifiers a few weeks ago, so it won't feel like 3 days work for him, I can assure you.
Yeah, glad you mentioned Marcel. We know he's a wonderful referee, one of the very best in the business, but so efficient as a tournament director, no stone unturned. He works very, very hard to put everything in place, and we thank him for it.
And Oliver will be thanking Larkov for that break-off, because again, that lone red that often pops its nose out was left. And this time, Oliver steps up to the task, knocks it in nicely. May have had a favourable cannon, but
Green.
got to negotiate this green with the rest. And that's well played. Good shot.
It is difficult for Oliver Lyons, but he has to tell himself, get the draw here, get the win in my last match against Jack Jones. That would be 5 points. And even if I don't top the group,
5.
there's a chance with 5 I'll finish second or third.
Yeah, and even then, you can't predict what results are going to come. There's no sort of blueprint
12.
to success in this tournament. We've seen, you know, people win groups with 5 points. We've seen them win groups with 9 points. We've seen Ben Wollaston finish third with 6 points the other day, as Oliver again misses a routine red
12.
for him by a considerable distance.
Yeah, thought he fought hard against Burden, who was playing some really good stuff, but in this match he's been well below his best. Just to show how difficult this format is, actually, Stephen, we've had 20 completed groups so far, and only 4 players have won a group with a maximum 9 points.
Yeah, you don't see it very often. It takes a pretty dominant display to do that, especially over this short sprints that are these best of 4 matches.
Yeah, the most common points total this year to win a group so far, 7 points. That's been done 9 times. Dylan Emery won a group with 4 points, but that was an asterisk because Karen Wilson had to withdraw, and so it was rendered a 3-man group. That was better. Swinging the cue ball around the pack as well. And he's got a certain amount of angle on the brown. And with 2 draws, he wouldn't be mathematically out of this.
Six.
No, and it's funny because as the day goes on, you can sort of sense how a player is feeling just looking at their body language in the arena. And I think when you don't win your first game and then you have a bad start in your second, as Oliver is experiencing right now, you sort of resign yourself to maybe thinking that you can't win the group. Of course, that isn't the case. It is still possible. And all of a sudden, those places for ranking points in second and third seem quite insignificant. But, you know, come the end of the season, the prize money
11.
you can pick up. Okay, you might not win the group, but it can make a difference to seedings and, of course, your final ranking.
Like so many players, lines will be building up to those 3 big qualifiers coming up at the end of the month here. Shenzhen Open, English Open, British Open. And for him, the pressure will be on after those defeats in the first 2 ranking tournaments of the season.
$19. Or your line's 19.
Needed cover, and the brown provides it.
Again, that could have finished anywhere. Presumably attempted the pot there, Larkov. It was ultra thin, and in missing it to the bottom jaw, he looked for all the world he would leave it, but what a result he's had.
Lyons has missed several balls he should have potted, but he hasn't had the most kind of run either, has he? Let's face it. 2 flukes from Larkov early on.
Fold. Michael Larkov 4.
But that was an absolute howler. With the red hanging over the middle pockets and going off like that.
Yeah, he was in trouble really. A bit of a head scratcher that for Oliver. He couldn't risk playing off the pack back to balk for fear of leaving the red, and had to try and drop the cue ball through the gap between the pink and main cluster into this right corner of the table. Flirted with the in off, and well, when it's not your day, that's what happens. It goes in off.
Changing the position of the cue ball, so strictly speaking, he might well have wanted to stand back up and go through that shot again, but it was so simple, it was never going to pose too much of a headache. We talked about the group from Lyons' perspective. If Larkov can get the win here and then beat Alfie Burden last time out, don't discount him as a table topper from nowhere.
It's all if buts and maybes at the moment, isn't it? Still a lot of snooker to be played, and all he can do at the minute, Michael Larkov, is just try and take care of business in this frame. He's got his opponent, Oliver, on the ropes, really, because the body language from
14.
Oliver's perspective is not positive at all. Michael's got to pick up on that, try and capitalise on it. It's not very often you see this from Oliver.
And so much rests on the split.
Yeah, and he's probably got a little more angle on this black than he would have liked, but at least if he gets the pot, he's guaranteed to go into the reds. Just trust a little to luck. Don't miss the black.
Mikhail Larkov 15.
Whoever pots the next ball should make a few. And it's Lyons.
1.
Again, for me, that's a sign of inexperience from Larkov. And you can forgive him for it because he is inexperienced, but he put a lot of attention and effort into the actual split of the pack of reds rather than the actual pot. If you put all your concentration fully into the pot, the cue ball was taking care of itself. The split, just leave it to the lap of the gods. Just get the pot. Give yourself the next shot. But Oliver is all over the place and he can't hit a barn door at the moment. It's funny because it's a wonder why he's struggling. Practice a lot with Oliver, and you know, in general he seems to be okay. He's tweaking a little bit in recent months. He's been tinkering with, you know, his coach and looking at different areas of his game, trying to find that next level. I think they are working on something which at the minute just hasn't quite set itself in stone.
first two matches in this group in this session were both free-flowing quality. The same cannot be said for this match. And the almighty struggles of lines continue.
Yeah, again the worst outcome in missing the red, the double kiss, so Larkov again with a sight of red. Just needs to make sure of this pot. Oh, and he misses it. Gesticulates that the red didn't travel on its intended course, but for me, I'm not having that. No chance. He's just missed it.
Well, at that pace for the red to turn up would be extremely unlikely.
One.
Well, he didn't want to catch the green, but he's okay because the green pots. So lines 24 ahead.
4.
But again, not the most convincing positional shot, was it?
Five.
Now, at that pace, it's possible for a ball to turn up.
But again, he refused to lie down there, Oliver. He didn't have to take that black on, but he kind of fancied him for it because he was pretty much right behind it. But when things aren't going your way, that's what happens. So Larkov still trailing in this frame, but still very much in it. Big visit to the table this now. Let's see how his composure holds up, because he's made mistakes himself. Can he find something? Can he find a level of focus to see out this clearance?
8.
Well, whoever loses this frame will be eliminated from the tournament. Oh. It wasn't the best positional shot, in fairness, from the black.
No, you have to question the positional shot from black. Like, what has he played there, really? There's no way he played to leave his cue ball there. And he could have left it anywhere. Even the red nearest to this top cushion he could have got on. Again, lack of composure for me.
One.
Well, this frame's not over yet. And you feel like there are going to be some more twists and turns. It's just been that way.
Tell you what, though, lines can't complain too much there. That kiss could have been a lot worse. He's got the pink to the green bag. And now 24 in front. So red, colour red. And again, he will salvage a draw. But you can't do well at professional snooker missing this amount of balls.
And that's what Larkov has got to take advantage of now. He's got Oliver exactly where he wants him.
One.
Good, just taking a moment just to steady himself. Don't mind that. You know, be feeling the adrenaline, feeling the tension. Why wouldn't he? You know, he's looking for wins on the tour, and this is a place to start that. But if he said to him at the start of this match, you'd be 2-1 up, trailing in the fourth frame, but you'd get this chance to win it.
4.
He'd have snapped your hand off.
5.
Cue ball halting just in time. I think he's got a reasonable angle on blue, and look at the table. You can't wish for anything better when you're in the market for a clearance for all the colours to be on their spots.
Yeah, he played the red beautifully, actually. It could have finished a lot worse than that. Judged it nicely.
Didn't quite get hold of the cue ball there, so has to be a little more delicate on the green than he would have wished for.
$15.
9 behind, so he needs all of them.
$19.
So this is the shot then. On and off the top cushion, little trace of check, line and pace. It's a good line.
24.
It's a good pace.
$30.
Another notable scalp for Michael Larkov. He beat Anthony Kowalski in the Women Open qualifiers, and now he's beaten Oliver Lines here by 3 frames to 1. So Lines cannot top the table. But Larkov, with a victory and results going his way in the remaining matches, most certainly could. So Jack Jones, he was impressive. Breaks of 78 and 87 in a 3-0 win over Larkov earlier. Then Alfie Burden, a double centurion in drawing 2-2 with Lines. But Lines then bowing out, losing 3-1 to Larkov. But Lines does have one more match left later on today. Over on table 2, Julian Boyko really quickly gaining a 3-0 win over Ian Martin. Breaks of 90 and 86 included there. But then Lan Yu Hao, he took over pole position in the group by beating Josh Thoman 3-1 and Ian Martin 3-0. So confirmation. Joint top on 3 points, Jack Jones and Michael Larkov. But of course Jones has the far superior frames difference, and he's only played 1 match. That's also the case for Alfie Burden, who could still come good. He's clearly playing some really nice snooker. Oliver Lines, though, he will not be qualifying for the last 32. Here's the Group 4 table. Lan Yu Hao has set out his stall. Julian Boyko has to win the next match he's involved in against Josh Thomond, and then hope to come good against Lan in the last match of the day. But the 17-year-old from China right now is looking good. So this is the evening order of play. We start again at 4:30. Over on table 2, it is that Boyko Thomond match. Here on table 1, we'll come back with Jack Jones against Alfie Burden. Look forward to your company later on today. For now, though, from the Mattioli Arena, from Leicester and the BetVictor Championship League, it's bye for now.
Hello from Leicester. We are at the exact halfway point of the BetVictor Championship League. So much great snooker already played, and at the end of the night we will have 2 more players through to the second stage. So another exciting few hours of snooker are ahead of us.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
So we have had already 3 matches on each table, 3 more to come to decide our 2 group winners. These are the results so far. Jack Jones, the top seed on table 1. He made the perfect start, beating Michael Larkov of Ukraine 3-0. But not a good start for Oliver Lyons. He was held to a draw by Alfie Burden, who made 2 centuries in that match and then was beaten by Larkov 3-1. Table 2, Ulian Boyko, the top seed, beat Ian Martin 3-0. Lan Yu Hao, though, setting the pace there with 3-1 wins over Joshua Thomond and Martin. So, of course, every frame will affect the tables, and these are the matches we'll be watching. Jack Jones plays 2, including the last one against Oliver Lyons, who can't now win this group. Alfie Burden, of course, still in with a good chance. Table 2, Ulian Boyko needs to make a good start. He's just getting underway now, and you can watch that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. He plays Lan Yu Hao last up.
First frame, Jack Jones to break.
So Jack Jones made the perfect start, 3-0 the victory over Michael Larkov. The first sort of 10 minutes of that match were quite poor, actually, but then he did click into life. He played nicely in the rest of that match, Jack Jones. He had breaks of 78, 87, 56. But Burden, of course, was superb in his match. 2 centuries, albeit was held to a draw, but he certainly cannot be counted out yet. Stephen Hallworth alongside me. It's a good group this, Stephen, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And the more I look at, the fixtures coming up for the remainder of this group, the more I feel like this could be the group decider, because both of these players have only played 1 match, so they've got 2 more to play. And big game this for Alfie, because he stays on, so if he gets the win, he's got the chance to build with that momentum going into the next game. But it's advantage Jack Jones having got the win and the win at 3-0.
Yeah, and I think also he knows that Oliver Lyons can't win the group now, so it's not like that last match is going to be like what we saw last night with Lu Hongyu and Joe O'Connor, where it's kind of a lot of tension and either one of them can win. That's not going to be the case.
Fall. Thank you.
Ah, now he's feathered the white.
Alfie Burden 4.
He was impressive, wasn't he, Alfie Burden, in his game against Oliver? With that age-old saying that century breaks, they only win you a frame, and it was very much true, because they only won Alfie 2. And every frame in this format counts. So I'd be disappointed to have played so well against Oliver and only got the draw. But as I say, 2 more matches to come, so plenty to work towards here.
They've played twice before, but a decade apart, 2014 in one of the European Tour events. Burden got the win there. More recently, British Open 2 years ago. Jack Jones won 4-0.
I suspect both players will recognise the importance of getting the win in this game. So I think we're going to see a proper game of snooker.
Well, it wasn't the case that that was the only red he could leave. He's left this other one.
One.
Well, he's got the angle, should he wish, to try and disturb more reds here. Went at them with pace and, well, look at that. Like a brick wall. Hardly anything has moved.
8. Touching ball. Alfie Burden 8.
Well, that's possibly a slight miscue there from Alfie. It was quite an excessive bridge over the top of those reds. Didn't get the cue or where he wanted. So chance for Jack to take this red on.
One.
Well, it was a really good pot, but the cue ball landed on the cushion.
Jack Jones 1. Touching ball. Touching.
Well, it's quite an innocent shot. Alfie thought it just played, but he has left Jack a chance to pot this red, and hand on table. Not sure why he played it so hard. Black is waiting. Oh, what a pot that is. Okay, I expected him to get close to knocking the red in, but I didn't think he'd play it that way. The deep screw. Fabulous piece of cueing, but he shouldn't have been allowed to attempt that. Poor shot from Alfie.
Eight. 9.
Now a big target into the bunch. Brown off the side cushion. Does have a red available into the right corner, but I think the shot is getting to them here. Doesn't want to catch the lone red, he wants to catch the bulk of the pack. He doesn't want to miss the brown.
Jack Jones 9.
Unfortunately for Jones, he hasn't really split the reds in missing that brown. So just a safety for Burden. Trying to get in behind green. And that is exactly what he's done. And there was no, and we know that Alfie, and he'll say it himself, he can, you know, show emotion at times. There was none of that there, that Jones got away with the previous shot. He just thought about the safety and he's nailed him behind the green. Now these reds are, in fairness, a big target. But nowhere near hard
Only
enough.
miss Selfie Gordon 4.
You have to jack up a bit here. No? Did not. Bit more there.
I could see that cushion.
Yeah.
No, I know you could see that. I know you could see that cushion.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a bit tucked in more to the green, coming back a bit.
You think it's more this way?
No?
No, because I could like.
Could you see that cushion? Could you?
Yeah, I could see that
Yeah.
cushion. But I'm playing this side, and that's right. It was like. Checks
I didn't think you could see that cushion.
No, he definitely could.
Yeah, I could see it.
Well, we seem to be happy where it is now, so take two, a bit harder.
Yeah, he got exactly the same line there, didn't he? Jack Jones just needed that little increase of pace. Judged it well.
No touching, I think.
Not touching, no?
No touching for me.
Rumour has it, the more you look at that,
Eyes must be gone.
the more it looks like it's touching.
Well, maybe this is Alfie's audition to be a referee, because he's getting involved in a lot of things here, isn't he? He obviously thinks it might be, but referee says no.
To be fair, I'm with Alfie on that one. I've been stood behind them, convinced it's touching in the past. The referee is also convinced that it isn't. I think my eyes have gone as well.
you see a colour go over a pocket, it can quite often lead to quite protracted safety, with the balls potentially sort of gathering near it.
Yeah, especially now both players know that they want to clip thin off the right side of the cluster. That provides an easy path back to baulk, but as you rightly say, Dave, that can encourage all the reds to travel towards this left corner and eventually become one of those frames. I think if either player gets a chance to pull the trigger, they may be tempted. But at the minute, there's just no reason to.
I had a message recently from someone who's not a regular visitor to the Crucible, but they realised they'd seen the 3 longest frames played there in the various trips, including, of course, this year the longest between Mark Allen and Wu Yize. But maybe a chance here for Jack Jones to right corner. Julian Boyko, meanwhile, has won the first frame on table 2 against Josh Thomond.
Great piece of cueing again from Jack Jones. That's the second long red that he's knocked in this frame, where he thought the pot was tough enough, never mind the action he was trying to get on the cue ball, and you could hear in the distance Alfie Burden just congratulate Jack for that piece of cueing.
So from a frame that looked like it might be something of a stalemate, it's actually now golden scoring chance for Jack Jones, who, if he wins this match 3-0, has pretty much won the group. And he's had enough time to work that out, so he hasn't played for a good few hours. Just trying to build himself back up the rankings. He has been, of course, in the top 16. He was seeded last year at the Crucible. But as we were saying earlier, his points for reaching the final, the 200,000, came off at this year's World Championship. So he starts the season 32nd.
Lovely chance this, isn't it, where the Reds are now just the option to keep that cue ball under close control. Just a series of little soft stuns, and
16.
Doesn't want to be too far away from his next ball, and there's no reason for him to travel elsewhere. Keep himself on the high value colours. Very cleverly removing this red and the one before with the 2 problem balls, because this now completely unlocks the black spot.
$24. $31. $32. 39. $40.
Pink was a good guide there for the cue ball. Just
47.
screw up the line. If he misses the pink, he's okay. If he catches it as he did, he's also fine.
$48.
Yeah, it was a safety error from Burden, but it was a great initial red from Jack Jones, and then you just felt once he got on the pink, it was a question of just controlling things. The cue ball not having to travel very far at all during this break, exactly how you want it. So 48 in front, another red with black or pink, and
54.
it's looking like 1-0 to the Welshman, and indeed 4 frames out of 4 for him so far today.
55. $62. $63. $70. $71.
Oh, plenty enough on for a century. Still in behind that red. Oh, he's gone too far. He needs a good kiss, and he's got one.
78. $79.
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the group will be decided by high breaks, but he can beat Alfie Burden's couple of centuries from earlier on. The highest there, 107.
$85.
Great start to the afternoon, because, as I say, it's been a while since his first match, and you can, if you're just hanging about upstairs, get a little lethargic, but no signs of that. This is good stuff.
90.
Especially after a big lamb dinner, Dave. Need a kip after that.
Yes, although unlike one member of the team we won't mention, he didn't have baked beans with it, did he, Jack? Never seen the like.
Disgraceful scenes. I don't think anyone should have to witness that.
94. $99.
So the pink then for a century. Jack Jones loves a century, as we know, at the Championship League. He set the record at the Invitation event, 32. Most in a single tournament. And exactly the start to the night he was looking for.
105.
For good measure, he's going to make the highest break of the group so far, beating both of Burden's earlier efforts. 112 the clearance. It was a really good initial pot, and after that you really fancied him strongly, and he didn't let us down. So already 1-0, Jack Jones over Alfie Burden. Table 2, Ulian Boyko. Now, he's not lost a frame either. He's won 4 out of 4 as well. But this group a little different because the second seed, Lan Yuhao, has won both of his matches. So it is going to come down to Boyko v Lan later. He's trying to keep pace here, Ulian Boyko. Of course, if he could win this 3-0, he would only need a draw in that match because of the frame difference.
Yeah, and he should probably have lost the first frame, Boyko. Joshua Thomond was nicely and had a good chance, but wasn't able to capitalise. Boyko made a decent break to take the frame, and now back in amongst them, looking to extend his advantage.
Boyko, a good example, I think, of a player improving all the time, learning all the time. Had a good chance last year in Jeddah, the Saudi Arabia Masters, to beat Karen Wilson. Led 4-2, just couldn't quite close it out. Doesn't turn 21 until September, so as I say, he's still, although it feels like we've seen him quite a few years, because he'd actually turned pro first in 2020, but he's still got time on his side. He's out of the 2 ranking events that qualifies for, but he did get to the final qualifying round of the China Open, so he's got 7,500 points out of that event.
Yeah, a player that is on a second year of a tour card, so looking to kick on from what was a pretty decent campaign last year. Looking good in this game anyway.
Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel with Table 2, but Alfie Burden to break here, having sat out that 112 clearance from Jack Jones. 3rd century of this group. And we're at the exact halfway point of the event, so we're at 35 now. Now, last year we had 109, so we'll see what we end up. We may get somewhere around 80, I suppose. It's between 70 and 80, but we're not going to, unless there's a sudden spurt of scoring, we're not going to get close to last year. And just, I think, illustrates what we've been saying since day one, which is the pockets do feel more testing this year.
One.
Can he get into these reds? Didn't get them. Having a look at whether this red is onto middle, but I'll be disappointed not to really get into the meat of the pack here.
Six.
Elected to take the blue to the corner and has missed it.
Alfie Burden 6.
Just a question of whether either these reds pot to either corner. Jack Jones swiftly having a look. So I guess you could say Burden got away with that, really, not leaving a red on.
Well, that was well worked out from Jack Jones. One of those plants that the angle of which the cue ball was coming at was the perfect angle to actually make the plant, because you can see it was not dead set at all. He needed to hit the red, the initial red, onto a specific point. It just so happened that that took the cue ball back to baulk. That was very helpful.
Six. Seven.
Well, that might be one of the greatest
Well,
flicks on the black Jack could have hoped for. I think it might have just opened the path up for this red to left corner. It's incredible. He was on nothing, it seemed, because he got the shot all wrong. And at the very least now he can keep this break going now, looking for an angle on his next colour. Oh, Jack. Be bitterly disappointed to have missed that
Jack
red
Jones 12.
after a really favourable kiss.
Barring snookers, Ilian Boyko will be 2-0 up against Joshua Thomond, so 5 out of 5 in terms of frames for him. This match on table 1, it does have the feel of being the group decider. Of course, there's still 2 matches to come, but certainly Burden doesn't get anything out of it. He can't win the group, and then Jack Jones is looking pretty unassailable. Well, bit of tip-tapping at the moment. Can he get this cue ball away from the Reds? He can. So that's the end of the stalemate.
We can see how much this result means to both players, clearly, because of the approach. Very few risks are being taken. You can understand why. It's a big prize at the end of this event. Opportunity for one of these players to potentially top the group and go further. Alfie Burden won his group last year, didn't he? Unbeaten, in fact, in that group, in a group that contained the magician Sean Murphy.
One.
Well, he was willing that cue ball to pull up, but it hasn't, so just going to be tickling in behind the brown.
Jack Jones 1.
Oh, what a shot he's played there. That is superb. He had to catch that one just right. He needed to catch the balk side of the red, trying to screw off it. Well, I can't begin to tell you how much could go wrong with that shot.
Well, he's meant business all day, and that's another fabulous pot from Alfie Burden to end that little standoff.
He's a proper cruncher of the ball, isn't he? I was practicing earlier on when he was playing Oliver, and I could hear the back of the leather being peppered. I did think must have been Alfie when I looked at the scoreboard, seen the scores and the break building that he made. He does like to strike that cue ball. It's a great sound.
Well, now he's looking to do what Jack Jones did in the first frame. He potted a great long red and made a frame-winning break from it. Now he's looking at a three-ball plant here, red onto black, onto red. And there's value in that because, of course, it frees the black.
5.
Just makes scoring easier. That doesn't make it so easy, though, where he's finished.
12.
Clearly he'll be disappointed because it was such a fantastic initial pot. But just
12.
12 scored from that visit.
One.
Well, again, there was all sorts that Alfie's cue ball could have collided into there, and it found the gap back to baulk, but he's intent on taking this brown on. Again, strikes it very positively. Very well played. Perfect on this next red. Well, he says clearly there was something that Alfie didn't like about that shot. Perhaps the angle of the red was just taking the cue ball close to that side rail, just off straight the wrong side. And in the end it clouded his mind when playing it.
Well, in his first match, when he got scoring chances, he made 2 centuries. He's had 2 good ones in this frame, and he's still only 10 in front. Well, he never liked the shot. It was a good safety in fairness. And now Jack Jones looking to profit. So Burton's had 2 pretty good scoring chances, but let's see what Jack Jones can do. In the last frame he made 112 clearance.
One.
Yeah, the table has slowly opened up as well from a few moments ago, so it's pretty decent scoring chance now for Jack. Whew, as the black just wriggles in.
8. Nine.
He was one of Mark Allen's many victims at the English
14.
Open last season. Allen kept beating players in deciders, including Jack Jones, who led 5-3 in their semi-final, but was denied a place in the final. Allen beat him 6-5.
15. Twenty-two. Jack Jones, 22.
So this time unable to put too many together. These tight jaws of the corner pockets catching another player out.
1.
Well, he was concentrating really on
Go for
holding the
Gordon
cue
one.
ball for the red and kind of took the black for granted a little, but as I say, on these pockets, you sort of can't do that. Be disappointed though there. That's his 3rd chance in this frame.
It's a frame that's been littered with errors, becoming slightly contagious, similar to the match earlier on with Oliver and Michael on this very table. When the mistakes start to come, it's difficult to take back control of the game. That's a great shot. It's a shot that Jack Jones left Alfie as well, to be fair. If he didn't take on the double, it was guaranteed to be a decent safety because he could have put the cue ball anywhere in bulk, but felt there was value in playing the double, especially with where the black was hanging over this right corner pocket, so chance for Burden to get another 8 points on the board.
turning much down, is he? Just felt he was always going to go for that. Now where's it all going to finish?
Fold. Alfie Burden 8. Jack Jones 4.
So 25-minute frame, 7 points in it. But of course, if Burden loses it, then the best he can do is another draw. So I suggest it's not going to be his day.
Following me is Alfie Burden 4.
Well, again, it could be quite a prolonged safety battle, this, because Alfie's just going to thin off the reds, and Jack doesn't particularly want to play thick off them, trying to get back to bulk for fear of bringing them both into play and leaving something for Alfie to go at. That's a nice return. Nice enough, I think. Alfie not really able to gain any sort of advantage.
Burden has the advantage now. Jack Jones went for the pot. He's left this. So the last red, of course, is the one now, really. Looks like it might be the impediment.
Now with black on its spot, this is not a bad shot to have, but the fact he's going to have to get the cue ball out of there means pace, and it means missable. That's a fabulous shot again. It really is, considering how tight these pockets have been playing with pace down the rail. He didn't hold back either there, did he?
I just don't think that's his game, is it? He's absolutely committed to every shot.
So he's taken the gamble of leaving the double. He could have screwed round two cushions and tried to get in behind that yellow for middle or corner. Guaranteed on the green if this yellow goes in. Oh, and he got very close to it.
Alfie Burden 12.
Was nudged into a 9-point lead. Feels like persistence might pay off here for Burden. That yellow finishing where it did. It's given him another chance. He's had quite a few in the match, but or in the frame I should say, but not much more to do now.
5.
Need brown and blue to level up and ensure we have 2 more frames.
9. 14. Alfie Burden.
Jack Jones has conceded, and Alfie Burden levels up at 1 each. So he still has the chance, of course, to win the match, and then he's got another one to play against Michael Larkov, which keeps him in the hunt here in terms of winning the group. Now on the other table, Joshua Thoman did win the third frame. It was a low-scoring affair. He won it 41-27 on the pink, so it was all bits and pieces. But anyway, Ulian Boyko looking now to try and get the match won and get himself to 6 points. He has, of course, now lost a frame. So if he wins 3-1, he'll be on the same metric as Lan Yuhao, who won 3-1 and 3-0. They play each other last. So a draw there, and it would be about high breaks.
7.
Yeah, I kept one eye on this game. We've got the luxury of being able to keep across both tables here, and showed a little sign of emotion in the previous frame. Did Ulian Boyko, missed a few chances, and I can't imagine that's going to improve his mood.
Ulian Boyko 7.
puff of the cheeks because he's fuming.
One.
Well, if that scenario did happen and it came down to Boyko, Lanyuhao, and they drew, Boyko has had a 90 break, but we're a long way from that yet. This could end up at a draw. Oh, hang on. Oh dear.
Wow. How do you like them apples?
Julian Boyko 7.
He's done well to pot the red from screwing off the black along this top cushion.
1. Eight. Nine. Sixteen.
Well, we'll just watch this while we wait for our players to return. Boyko with a chance to get over the line here where the reds are.
17.
It's amazing how quickly the groups can turn just on a single frame, isn't it? If Boyko loses this frame, then it's massive advantage to Lanyuhao. But now he's imperfect, and it's going to be a shootout in the final match over on table 2 this evening.
All that's to come, but right now, frame 3 of, we know there'll be 4 now because it's 1-1 Jack Jones and Alfie Burden.
Fall on the miss, Alfie Burden 4.
Just a minor adjustment required. Just the paint.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the eyes of Jack Jones there. That was the thinnest of edges.
One.
Now the cue ball has just pulled up. Alfie can maybe go 2 cushions here into the cluster. It's a great attempt, and again, it seemed unlikely that he would lose the cue ball to that right side cushion coming at the pack from that angle.
4.
You can see like just a little corridor almost, a little path for the cue ball, and it managed to find it.
Alfie Bird in 4.
Yeah, it was a tough shot from where he'd finished. Not only was the red very thin, but he was trying to do a little something with the cue ball, and in the end, quite badly decelerated.
It's a huge shot to play. Always going to be opening the reds. Hasn't potted one. So over to Jack Jones here. We've seen Burden's approach from the start of the match was to attack, and that was certainly an attacking shot, but just didn't get the red. Worth saying though, it's how he won that shootout final against Stuart Bingham. It's a shot there where, not quite the same shot, but it was a similar idea. He was always going to be opening reds up, and then he had to pot a great black as well to continue.
Yeah, I often think about that final frame shootout in the shootout. That red, was close to the side cushion, wasn't he, where ploughed through the pack, then had a horrible black to knock in. It was inspirational stuff, really. Amazing few days for Alfie Burden.
Yeah, and smartphones have a bad rap, don't they? But the fact is, the moral of the story is keep your phone with you at all times, because he went swimming, didn't he? And he was getting changed, but the phone was still there, and that's when World Snooker rang him to say, you know, someone's pulled out. I think it was Ali Carter. Can you get to Blackpool?
Four.
Yeah, it's funny because there's a
5.
lady in the office in Bristol called Suzanne, and when you get a phone call and you see her name flash up on your phone, it often means good news. I'm sure it was Suzanne that rang Alfie to let him know that there was a place available, but he couldn't get there quick enough.
Yeah, it's worth just explaining it. It was on the actual day. I mean, there'd be some players I think actually wouldn't have gone. You know, they'd have thought, well, it's a big upheaval, I've got other things on, but straight away he got in the car and, well, he got changed first. He got in the car and the rest really is history.
Yeah, especially for the shootout, because you can be forgiven to think that you might be travelling all that way to just get dusted and, and be out within a few minutes, really, because that's the format, isn't it?
Well, he very nearly lost round 1 to David Lilly. It went right down to the wire. But anyway, Jack Jones looking to profit from that last shot. Just to restore a bit of serenity to his game, because he had a few chances that last frame. I think he's seen Burden
16.
really attacking, and he's kind of done the same. But he hasn't had to force an opening here. It was handed to him.
$17. $23. $24. $26. $27.
Boyko's 1-3-1, so that sets up basically a straightforward shootout with him and Lan Yuhao later. And as I say, finishes 2-2 as it stands. Boyko would qualify with the high break, but of course Lan Yuhao could beat that in that match.
Well, that's a gorgeous shot that Jack Jones played there. Okay, didn't necessarily play to land the cue ball in that exact spot, but it was a great line and a big target. It's landed perfect.
32.
So he's gradually building that lead. A little glance to the scoreboard. Got a couple of balls that are favourable to him should he break down. But plenty enough in open play to get this frame won now. He can just stay at the table.
$38.
Yes, so far today he's been reliable in this situation.
$39. 45. 46. 52.
Yeah, he's just gone about this really well, I think, and now, barring last-minute slip-up, looks certain to retake the lead. And then, of course, a big fourth frame, because if he can win that, then he's not quite confirmed as the group winner, but he's looking very good.
Yeah, he's kept his composure well here as Jones. When the chance came along.
59.
Been up and down the table a couple of times, but recovered it well.
60.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the machinations, obviously Larkov would have to beat Burden. Jones would have to lose to Ollie Lyons to be denied, but anyway, win this match first. The rest will take care of itself. This frame should be his, just make sure the next red.
66.
And then there's no playing on.
$67. 73. 74. 80. 81.
Determined to make another century.
Yeah, and if you was to look at the score sheet at the end of this match and see if Jones turns this break into a century, the fact he'd have made 2 centuries in the 2 frames he's won, you would think and presume that it'd been quite a free-flowing, open game of snooker, but it hasn't really. It's taken a long while for these frames to get going, a lot of prolonged safety battles, and then all of a sudden, once Jack's got in and got his chance, he's taken them well.
Burden, though, has been very aggressive, hasn't he, in that shot he played with the rest. He knew he was opening the reds.
92.
And he knew he was leaving the lot on.
96.
Blue then for second century of the match, although of course Burden made 2 earlier and only drew with Oliver Lyne, so he'll be hoping the reverse is the case here.
101. $107.
So it's 112 in frame 1. $107 in frame 3. Jack Jones leads Alfie Burden by 2 frames to 1. One more frame then, and of course if he wins it, he's looking pretty much the certain winner of this group. The winner of the group on table 2 will be either Ulian Boyko or Lan Yuhao. They play last on, but Joshua Thomond and Ian Martin just getting underway here. This is the battle to avoid last position. Ian Martin hasn't won a frame yet, so he needs to win the match.
Yeah, when your fate is almost decided at the Championship League and you know you can't win the group and progress in the event, you do not want to leave in bottom position. No prize money for the day.
Well, just studying the sort of permutations. If Jack Jones does win this frame, he'll be on 6 points, plus 5 on the frame difference. So let's say Larkoff were to beat Burden 3-0, he'd also be on 6 points, but only plus 2 frames. So if Jack Jones lost to Ollie Lyons, he'd be plus 2, but of course he beat Larkoff. So as far as I can see, if he wins this frame, he has won the group. Burden wins it, he can still get to 5 points with victory over Michael Larkoff. And then you're sort of just trying to work out, okay, what does he need then to actually, he could still just about win the group. He'd need Jones to lose to Lyons, because then Jones and Lyons would both be on 4. There's so many permutations. Let's just wait and see what happens, shall we?
You're so keen to work it out, Dave. It's going to be done soon.
I think the thing is, though, this frame, and they listen, I'm not expecting them to have worked it out, but this frame actually is big. It's big for Jones. I think if he wins it, he's won the group. But if Burden wins it, there's still a path, just about.
Yeah, there's always a way, and that just again highlights the importance of, you know, really knuckling down and trying to win every frame, even when you're out there. And sometimes there's a little thought in the back of your mind that, you know, maybe I can't win the group now. It's hard to work it out when you're in the heat of battle, so just take care of business and see what's what at the conclusion of play. The facts are they are still involved in this group heavily. That's a good long red. Nicely played, nicely controlled. Now 2 reds in open play for Burden to get at from this green. Red at the back of the pack. In landing low on that in a few shots' time, it might be nice to bring reds into play that way. But he's got options
4.
Could even leave the high blue here and get straight amongst the full ball pink.
5.
So it's going to be the loose red. Love to be just low on it. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
10. $11. $17. 18.
It seemed that Burden, before that shootout win, was sort of making peace with possibly not having another go at the Pro Tour as he misses that black. I was about to say he's on a bit of a free roll, but
Burden, 18.
that's disappointing, having got the Reds into play to break down. Not quite playing the game he was earlier against Ollie Lines.
One. Five. Six.
Well, usually from that position, Jack may have been tempted to use the pink and pack of reds as a stopper for the cue ball, but it's not nice to go into the pink there because it's detached from the reds, but went at them with pace, and we was relying on a fullish contact, and he'll be absolutely pleased
11.
with how that's turned out.
Never seemed that comfortable on that. He took his time over it and
Jack Jones,
has
11.
not potted it. It felt like possibly the key remaining ball. If he pots this, gets on a colour, then great chance, but it stays out.
One.
Michael Larkov, I'm sure, supporting the draw here, because of course if he were to beat Alfie, it's another permutation for you, he'd be on 6 points, and then he'd be relying on a Jones Lines draw, and he'd be the group winner. So, you know, there's plenty going on here, Stephen.
Yeah, I actually think this frame is arguably bigger for Larkov, to be honest, because, you know, Jack Jones and Alfie Burden, they've done a lot in the game, and Larkov's journey is just beginning.
7.
You know, there's an outside chance he can still win the group, but even the ranking points and the prize money that he'll pick up from the day, depending on how his last game goes, could be quite big. It could be a confidence booster for him.
8.
So he'll be sat upstairs, nervously watching on, probably with his headphones in.
Yeah, I mean, apart from anything else, it's a great
15.
experience to be here with the other pros to see how everything works. Enjoy the cuisine as well, an important part of the day here.
The most important part of the day, I'll have you know.
16.
Well, the 5 reds by the pink, they look quite well spread, but they're not. They need a little bit of attention, just like that. Didn't need to do anything outrageous there,
23.
Alfie. Just a delicate little caress to one of the reds. Just nestle it into play, and
24.
now that has opened up another to right corner. Red to middle 2, so he can afford to just overhit this positional shot a touch. Make sure he gets up for the red, but again he's missed the black.
Alpha Burden, 24.
Just when it was starting to look like he'd done all the hard work there, Burden. Another black off the spot catches him out.
Well, if Michael Larkov is watching this, he might have switched it off now. Such a big frame, actually, for these two, for Larkov, for the whole group. But if Jones wins it, the group's basically done.
One.
Well, good pot. Just about has managed to get that cue ball far enough up the table. It's a tough little black, this, but the cue ball can be let loose into the reds just to take the pace out. And that's really well played, and that's perfect. So, big chance, big chance for Jack Jones to steal this frame, and with it,
8.
possibly the group.
Couldn't really ask for a better one now. But he overcuts the red. Wow. Well, maybe the players are sensing what a
Jones,
big
8.
frame it is. That's a massive opportunity gone.
1.
Well, where did this miss come from?
Seven.
Well, maybe some noise coming from the players' lounge, and it might
8.
be Michael Larkov doing some break dancing, having seen Jack Jones just miss that routine red to left corner, because it's left the door open now for Larkov to maybe get involved and win this group. Massive frame
15.
this for everyone.
Yeah, including Alfie Burden. Just checking the scores, already
16.
over the line in terms of the snookers required, but the black, and it's 3 needed. Not in, so 1 needed as it stands, 38 the difference, 35 on. But if it does end in a draw,
Alfie Burden 16.
and he beats Larkov, he'll be on 5 points. And he then needs Oliver Lines to beat Jones, which will leave both Jones and Lines on 4. So Alfie would be the winner. Again, it's a lot of ifs and maybes and what has to happen, but it just underlines the importance of this frame. Not out of it yet, Burden.
Well, he wanted to keep that red on the table, really, Jack, but he's going to be forced into potting it now. Just make sure he gets that cue ball far enough down the table for this black.
One. Eight.
Well, this is a good line. Knock of the table from
Jack Jones,
Burden.
8.
Appreciating that shot, although he won't appreciate the position he's in. 2 cushion past the green, the obvious route. Good shot.
So if Burden can pot this, then Jones needs 2 snookers to tie. Just can't quite kill the frame off. Just a safety, he says. He's doing his own little commentary, but I'm not sure Jack is really getting involved with that.
Yeah, no, Jack looks amused. He looks interested in what Alfie's got to say.
Well, Alfie's certainly looking interested in this yellow, and surely 2-2. And it's a reverse what happened earlier, because he made 2 centuries against Oliver Lyons, but only drew. In this match, Jack Jones has made the 2, but he's only drawn. It's a big, big frame to win for Burden, for himself, potentially for Michael Larkoff, and Jack Jones certainly not confirmed as the winner of the group yet. So this group has tightened up a little bit, and Burden, of course, stays on to play Michael Larkoff next.
Every new beginning starts with courage. Around here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
We were so close to having the group resolved. Had Jack Jones beaten Alfie Burton, Jones would have been the table topper. No one could have stopped him with a match left. Now, though, it is wide open. Jones on 4 points, Michael Larkoff on 3, Alfie Burton on 2, and those two now meet in the penultimate match. So Group 22 has been thrown wide open by that last result. Quite often you get to the penultimate match of these groups, Dave Hendon, and not a lot rides on it apart from maybe third place. This one is very different.
Okay. First frame, Alfie Burton to break.
Well, it is. It's there's so many different things that can happen. Burden can still win it. Larkoff can still win it. If either one of them wins this, they need Ollie Lines to do them a favour by beating Jack Jones. But it all would have been a moot point had Jack won that last frame. So, as you say, it's really up in the air. Whether they're aware of the exact permutations, I don't know. Sometimes it's better just to play and try and win, which is what you do in any other match. Cracking start from Larkoff.
1.
Yes, he benefited from Oliver Lines missing an awful lot of balls in their match at the end of the first session, but nevertheless I thought he showed real promise at times.
Well, I've been studying the table, and there is actually a scenario where Oliver Lines can still finish top. Amazingly. He would have to beat Jack Jones 3-0, and he needs this match to be a draw. As Larkoff misses that, and he would actually have
Michael Larkoff 1.
superior frame difference, because Larkoff would be -1 on frames, Jones 0, and Ollie, if he wins 3-0, +1. Now again, there's very specific things have to happen there, but all 4 players can still win the group.
I think the other thing that's really interesting about this group is that twice today someone has made 2 centuries and not won the match. Burden 2 against Oliver Lines, and then we saw the Jones excellence earlier.
Four.
That was mighty thin, and I suppose in the end the in-off has made the shot more difficult. More distance, more control required. Well, he played that drag shot absolutely brilliantly.
I thought how relaxed he looked in the last match. He was sort of serene, actually. But let's see
8.
how he feels in this one, because I suspect Alfie knows that the draw did him a favour in terms of the fact that he stopped Jack Jones winning.
9.
What he needs is to win this match, and then for Oliver Lyons to beat Jack Jones. That will mean Alfie Burden's the group winner.
One thing we could say for sure, these groups, 4
16.
players, you would think there would be a finite number of ways things could go, but every day it seems little twists and turns and idiosyncrasies.
I think this is one of the most complex ones. And, well, every frame really is going to count now.
$17.
Played the attacking shot. Now then, does anything go at all? Can you see the
24.
red to far corner, the yellow pocket? Seems he can, or can he? He could, and what a pot.
25.
So I'm saying he doesn't seem to be thinking about, oh no, I'll leave one on if I miss. He's just concentrating on the potting. And now, Phil, the ball's at his mercy in this frame.
Yeah, Burden's always shown this kind of form in glimpses. We know what he's capable of because he's unearthed it before, but it's all about whether he can do it for a sustained period of time, and if he can, he could be a very, very late developer. Very late.
$31. $32.
He's really good to watch.
$39.
Yes, and that shootout, apart from anything else, it's a real bear pit. You've got to be able to stand up to the atmosphere.
40.
And he certainly did that last December when he came away with the trophy.
Yeah, the shootout's near the bottom of the pecking order when it comes to the
45.
champion of champions. Really do hope that Burden gets in. He needs a few
46.
repeat winners and he'll be okay.
$52.
Well, there were a couple of chances on either side until
53.
Alfie Burden got in for this visit, and now just looking to put it away. Not much more to do. 63 the lead with the black. Now the red and colour should do it.
$60. 61.
I know it's only one frame, so
67.
maybe I'm getting carried away, but this is world-class snooker. It really is.
68.
The way he's taken this frame, no one could have performed any better.
Chance
75.
to make his third century of the day.
76.
Yeah, Jones has the highest break of the group.
82.
112. That could be bettered.
83.
Yeah, and that could be significant, couldn't it? Because if Jack Jones finishes on 5 points as well, then they drew 2-2 when they played each other.
90.
There's just so many moving parts to this group, so many different scenarios you can conjure up.
Thank you. 91.
The only sign he's getting on a bit, Burden, quite a few shots today when he's been leaning over after he's played them. He's exhaled, sort of grunted.
97. $98.
Well, this could be a 130. Oh, it's not even a century. Very, very annoyed with that, and
98.
understandably so, because that could have big ramifications at the end of the day. It was a lovely break, and it was a great way to start the
Was it
match,
pink, sorry?
but not a great way for the frame to end. And he
Frame
gave
off
the
Burden.
pink a real whack, didn't he, in annoyance.
Well, it suggests he's, I mean, I think he wanted to make the century, but it suggests he's fully aware of the potential for high breaks to play their part. So that serenity held up right until he missed that black.
Just as he was doing that, I can tell you, in a much less important match on table 2, Josh Thomond has taken a 2-0 lead over Ian Martin in what is essentially a 3rd and 4th place playoff.
Yeah, Thomond needing a draw to finish above Martin, who's not won a frame yet.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
the big question is, will that annoyance be channeled in the right way for Burden? Yeah, occasionally get a day where the top seed comes in and rattles through 3 matches with no sweat, no stress. But far more often than not, these groups have all kinds of inner workings. And this one, more than most, a myriad of permutations. Still.
Second frame. Michael Larkov to break.
Well, Larkov has to win the last 3 frames if he's going to stand any chance of winning the group.
One.
Whatever
8.
occurs from here on in, I think it's fair to say that Larkov has acquitted himself pretty well today.
9.
Still an alien environment, the Pro Tour. Playing on TV. and all the extra exposure and pressure that brings, I think he's done okay. And he could do very well indeed, still. Lovely split, it really was.
16.
Yes, that would have felt good. It'll look good as he comes round for this red to left corner. Really got the cue ball singing here. Ploughing its way through those reds. So, how many can he make here? You know, we talk a lot, understandably, about the young Chinese talent because there's so much of it, but increasingly there are young players coming through from Europe as well. And we mustn't put too much pressure on their shoulders, but they've all got potential. We saw Anthony Kowalski qualify for the Crucible this year. Of course, Larkov's actually already beaten him this season in the Wuhan Open. William Boyko, of course, from Ukraine. Tomorrow, Anton Kazakov, another Ukrainian, the European
17.
champion, will be taking part.
The good thing about Larkov is that he has that foundation for success. The fact he's got a good technique. Then it's all about nerve, dedication, to a certain degree, fortune.
25.
Yeah, and also expense, because, of course, he actually lives in Germany, but all the qualifiers are in the UK. So it's not easy. We've said this before. It's not easy coming from outside Britain. You're definitely at a disadvantage, in fact. I guess the beauty of snooker is at the actual table, everybody's equal.
31.
Because when you're at the table with the chance, no one else can stop you. You can only stop yourself.
$32. $37. $38. $44.
When he came to the table, it looked a really
45.
good chance, and there have been no missteps at all. Clearly the key shot thus far was spreading them so far and wide.
$52. $53. 60.
Well, first things first, to win the frame, but he has a chance to make his first century as a professional.
61.
I believe you have been the second player to do that in this tournament. Sahil Nair. He got to 3 figures for the first time. The Canadian.
$66. 67.
So he got a good split, got the cue ball into the reds, got them moving, and he's kept nice control. This black for 1 each.
$74.
67 still on, so maybe Burden would come back to the table if this is missed. If it goes in, he will remain in his chair when Larkov eventually misses, if he misses.
75.
Well, let's hope now he makes the century. It'd be a real milestone for him, personally. He just seems to have got better as the day went on. He was all at sea against Jack Jones, better certainly against Oliver Lyons, and already better here.
$80.
Out of position, and the break ends at 80.
Michael Larkov,
Nevertheless,
80
that was a
frame.
pretty impressive way for the 17-year-old from Ukraine to draw level with Alfie Burden. It is 1-1.
11.
Now, Josh Thomond 2-0 up on Ian Martin. I was about to say, could be in to steal the third frame.
Joshua Thomond, 11.
Undercuts the red though, so Martin 39 ahead with 51 on. Martin lost both of these previous matches 3-0, whereas Thomond lost both of his previous matches 3-1. So consequently he's okay. That's why he's playing a little cavalier here. A point for him will be sufficient for third place.
Foul. 10 it's in 4.
That's low key. This most certainly isn't.
Well, it's amazing we've got a maximum of 6 frames left to play, and still all 4 players can win the group.
Yeah, whoever loses this frame can't.
Yeah, just worth reiterating about Oliver Lyons, because he looked down and out, and I think he thought he was over dinner. If this is a draw, that's the result he's looking for. He then needs to beat Jack Jones 3-0. So it's a very specific route, but at least there is a route.
That really would be the ultimate phoenix from the ashes. Don't know what it's been over the last couple of days. We've seen the referee being requested to clean the cue ball a lot more than normal.
What?
Well, well, well. That was clean. Into the pocket. another split that works delightfully. It raised eyebrows for me when he beat
8.
Anthony Kowalski. I thought, well, if he can do that, he must be a fine talent, and that's definitely the case.
Well, he seems quite self-assured, you know, for a 17-year-old. And just very focused on the table.
Nine.
But we've seen the value of the Championship League for a player like Michael Larkov. The fact you get the 3 matches, you know, he wasn't up to much in the first, but he's had time during the day just to get used to conditions, and now starting to play his best for sure.
16.
Yes, and if he does win the group, that would be unusual, because not many groups are won by a player who loses a match, let alone 3-0.
Yeah, if he can win this match, and
17.
of course he's still got work to do, but it puts massive pressure actually on Jack Jones in that last one. He's going to have to beat Oliver Lyons to get to 7 points, because Larkov would be on 6. Whereas had he won that last frame against Burden, there'd be no pressure at all. It would have been over. So really is
24.
on a knife edge now, this group.
$25.
We've had a couple of really lengthy frames in this group, but by and large it's been good scoring, fluid.
$32. $33.
I was saying he's got the bedrock of success with his technique, also considering his inexperience.
39.
I think he sees the break building patterns pretty well.
$40.
Fell victim there to
Michael
an
Larkov,
age-old
40.
issue, though, when you're stretching quite often. Look at that, really stretching, wasn't he? And quite often you mistime the shot. By the way, on table 2, Ian Martin did win the third frame from Josh Thomond. They're currently in the early stages of the fourth. But that group is all about the last match, as this one will be. The last match over there, Julian Boyko against Lan Yuhao.
1.
Absolutely spellbinding pot that was, especially where the pink happens to be. Get this tidied up, back on its spot, free up the pocket. And Larkov's original 40-point lead could soon be erased.
Yes. 7. Yeah, thank you. 8. $15. 16.
No obvious reason why he shouldn't win the frame at this visit, Burden. 1, to a degree, awkward red towards the middle pocket. The rest, they're sitting pretty.
23. $24. 31. 31.
Oh, he'll hate that. He took his eye off the pot, thinking about the positional cannon, which was pretty much a given anyway. What a miss.
One.
Such a straightforward shot. So it really does look as though Alfie
8.
Burden, who's played some really good snooker today actually, is going to be the first player eliminated from tabletop contention.
Nine. $15. 16.
'Well, it's hard to see it going wrong now. Just make sure of these next two pots.
21.
Just checking the scores. Red and a black. Snooker needed.
22.
Would like the extra red as well, of course. But don't miss this.
earlier today was guilty of needless extravagance.
29.
They're much more pragmatic.
So
Michael Larkov,
38 the
29.
lead, 35 on, so 1 4-point snooker successfully laid for Burden. Required, otherwise Alfie Burden cannot win this group. But Michael Larkov has put himself in a position where he certainly can. That will disappoint him because he's just ceded the advantage there, didn't get the snooker. So if he can cut the red in, I was going to say it's definitely 2-1.
Been a strange day for Burden. At times he's looked $1 million out there. But it right now appears as though he's not going to have a great amount to show for it.
No, I mean, he could yet end the day unbeaten, but 3 draws are no good to you. And that's no good to me that he's left the red on.
So a couple of times Larkov's missed this last red. Will he come to regret it?
One.
Well, this has to go in, and he's thin on it. Stretching a little. Yeah, so still 1 snooker required on the colours.
8. Alfie Burden, 8.
Colour's not badly placed for snookers at all. And remember, Burden 30 behind, 27 on, so 1 4-point penalty snooker and all the colours, and he could still nick this by a point.
That's the worst shot I've ever seen.
Alfie said that's the worst shot I've ever seen. It wasn't the worst. That was an exaggeration, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah, to not get the snooker and to leave a chance at the cut on the yellow. And that surely is 2-1 to Michael Larkov indeed. Phil, Alfie Burden's conceded, so he is the first of the 4 who can't now win the group.
That is right, and of course Larkov, his prospects, his stock has risen considerably. 2-1 ahead. If he can win the 4th frame coming up, then he could come from nowhere and go through to the last 32. It's the last knockings of this 3rd, 4th playoff on table 2. Josh Thommen trying to clear up and defeat Ian Martin 3-1.
12.
Next on this table, it's the 2 unbeatens, the two
14.
100% men, Julian Boyko and Lan Yu Hao.
17. 21. 26.
11 in front, only needs the pink, not the black. He's far from ideal on it.
Joshua Tomont, 26.
Not a great amount on this frame for either player, apart from pride. Thomond guaranteed third place. Ian Martin is going to be confined to the wooden spoonist position.
As you say, though, the concluding match, there's plenty on that, to say the least, between Boyko and Lan Yu Hao. And if it's a draw, at the moment Boyko has the high break 90 between the two of them. Now, of course, Lan Yu Hao could beat that within the match, but that is on Boyko's side for now.
Yeah, their records are identical so far, both +5 in terms of frame difference. They're both one match 3-0, one match 3-1. Lan Yu Hao has scored reasonably well, but 3 times he's broken down in the 60s. The frame remains up for grabs, but as we've reiterated, not that important. This one, massive.
Yes, Michael Larkov, just 17, a new professional this season from Ukraine, World Junior Champion. If he wins this frame, he'll move to 6 points, and that means Jack Jones would have to beat Oliver Lyons. Otherwise, Larkov is coming back for stage 2. He'll be the group winner. There's no reason why Burden would change his strategy. He's attacked all day, and of course he can't win the group now. He's not suddenly going to go into his shell.
One.
Well, the angle on the blue gives Burden so many options. Going for the throat straight away. He caught that pink pretty much on the nose. The pink wasn't attached to the bunch, so he had to be really accurate there. Look at this. Very good.
7.
Well, a chance to go out in style, and of course you'd end on 3 points, still with a chance to finish
14.
third, as opposed to fourth, where there's no prize money. It depends on what Oliver Lyons
15.
does with Jack Jones. But of course, in a strange way, Oliver Lyons wants Burden to draw here, because that then sets up the outside chance of him winning the group.
$22.
He would have to beat Jones 3-0 to do that.
23.
And if it is a draw, then a draw for Jones against Lyons would see Jones the group champion. My brain hurts, Dave.
No, there's a lot going on, isn't there, in this group?
$31. $38. $39. $46. $47. $54. Matching ball. $55.
There was a doubt as it went towards the pocket, but just about slithered in. But, and it's a big but, ideal position has been surrendered. So this blue, what a big ball it is. Made to look easy. I'll tell you what, Alfie Burden today has played just as well, if not better than,
60.
quite a number of the group winners we've seen over the first 11 days of this tournament.
61.
Yeah, and this is a great finish for him. Overall, his game's been good today. It's been a tough old group. It looks like he's not going to lose any of his matches. 3 draws, but of course that's just 3 points.
67.
Yeah, and the irony is last year when he won his first stage group in this tournament, he did lose a match,
68.
but he won the other 2.
Well, of course it means now that Michael Larkoff can't win the group either.
$74. 75.
What we can say is that if Burden maintains this
82.
kind of form, this kind of cue ball control as well,
83.
as the season progresses, he'll do all right for himself.
Yeah, I think if Lyons beat Jones 3-1, I think Larkov possibly still in it. I'm going to leave that to you and Stephen, Phil, to work all that out, because there's just so, his head's spinning. There's so many permutations.
How kind, Dave, how kind.
I think if Lyons wins 3-1, Larkov possibly could sneak through anyway. We'll see.
Thank you. 91.
If you recall, made 98 earlier in this match. Mr. Very Simple Black. Let's hope he gets
96.
over 3 figures here. Oh, he doesn't.
Alfie Burden 96.
Another century is sacrificed, but with a break of 96, Alfie Burden draws 2-2 with Michael Larkov. What a group this is, and one more match to come. Next, it is Jack Jones against Oliver Lyons.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Group 22, quite simply, what a group it has been, and it will be determined over the next 3 or 4 frames. This is the updated table. Michael Larkoff moves to 4 points with that draw against Alfie Burden. But of course, Jones now plays Oliver Lyons, and remarkably, if Lyons were to win this match 3-0, he would go to +1 in terms of frame difference and be on 4 points, so that would be better than Larkoff. And Jones would fall back to 0 frame difference. So Oliver Lyons could be the phoenix from the ashes. It could be the most extraordinary group win ever, because when we were having dinner with Lyons earlier on, he had no idea that he could possibly win the group. And yet, here he is, 3 frames away from doing so.
Yeah, well, he was actually, Oliver, this is, regretting not walking out of the venue after that second match that he played this afternoon. He was that distraught with his performance, and he was that downbeat on how his day has gone so far. But it just goes to show this format, anything can happen, and if you just stick in there, you need a little bit of luck at times. If results go your way, anything can happen.
Yeah, and all of these permutations have arisen because Jack Jones, he made a couple of centuries against Alfie Burden. He led 2-1, but then he missed a red he might well have potted. Had he won that frame, he would have won the group with a match to spare. Still think that Jones holds the cards. They've played twice before. Jones beat Lyons in the UK Championship in 2021. Score 6-4. But more importantly, much more importantly, when Oliver Lyons went deeper into a world ranking event than ever before, it was the 2024 British Open. And he beat Jones 5-4 in the quarterfinals from 4-3 down.
Yeah, that was en route to the semi-finals, wasn't it, that year? I remember I commentated on that match, actually, between these two in Cheltenham. Oliver played great. He was dominant. Tough match player on his day, as is Jack Jones. It makes a very interesting matchup, this.
They also had one meeting in the Invitation Championship League earlier this year, but we don't include those on the head-to-heads because of the shortness of the race.
Six.
I think when Jack struck that blue, he was a little concerned that the cue ball might just travel on and not be on this red, but it held up, as we can see.
7.
Now looking to get parallel with that black. into the pack. I think he'll play this with screw. Every chance he could draw a red back out with it. There we go, low on the cue ball, bit of pace. Let's see how we go. Nicely done, but is he going to stick on the red? Possibly.
14.
Let's not forget the match currently on table 2, Julian Boyko against Lan Yuhao, the battle of the youngsters. That's also a group decider. Oh, what a
15.
sublime pot that was. Okay. He knew that the only red he could leave was the one he went for. But nevertheless, to cut back a ball like that and play it at that length, that's real accuracy. And then a much more bread and butter blue is missed.
Jack Jones, 15.
Now, is this red cuttable? He looks to be lining it up. It's very thin. Yeah, no problems. No problems at all.
What?
Now, looking for an angle. He's going to have an angle on the yellow at the very least. But what's potable and where? The red directly beneath the pink. Is that accessible? That's what he's looking at. Failing that, he's got an angle to maybe attack the cluster from the side cushion. Well, it's brown, so clearly going to try and lay up for that lone red in amongst them.
Five.
Saying that Lyons needs a big improvement on his display when he lost 3-1 to Michael Larkoff. Second up, he missed so many balls it was impossible to keep count. But circumstances have given the auctionman a new lease of life.
10.
Yeah, and he'll want to strike the ball a lot better than in that game earlier on. It was just mistiming a number of shots that he would usually get with ease. I just wonder if that's down to the work he's been doing on the practice table, maybe just trialling out new little aspects of his technique. Perhaps just doesn't have full confidence in what he's doing at the minute.
One.
Another really nice red. Doesn't want to hit this black too hard. That was delightful.
8.
Started off this morning with a 3-0 win over Michael Larkoff, which, in hindsight, looks as though it's going to be massively consequential. Made breaks of 78 and 87.
Thank you. 9.
Then against Alfie Burden, 2 centuries, 112 and 107, but only the draw. So I think he's been quite happy with the way he's played thus far today, but the job is not yet done.
Yeah, we're just going back to that first game between Jack and Michael. Now we know how the group has transpired. I think Michael Larkoff will have regrets of the performance against Jack Jones because he had a number of chances, particularly early on. Of course, it's all if, buts and maybes. Now we know. Hindsight is obviously a great thing to have. But he could have had this group won Larkoff by now.
16. Jack Jones. 16.
Wanted to get the cue ball into baulk, not on the baulk line.
One.
Can't help but recall 2015 at Crondon Park in Essex. It was the Invitational Championship League. There was one group where Stuart Bingham looked
9.
out with a washing, certain to be relegated. A whole series of things had to happen for him to stay in the tournament, i.e. in 5th place. Those things occurred. Frames won when snookers were required, that kind of thing. From there, he went on to win a subsequent group.
16.
He won the whole tournament, and confidence suitably bolstered, he won the World Championship.
That's unlike Stuart, isn't it?
Now, the reason I mention that tale is because
17.
it would be similar here for Oliver Lyons if he could win this match 3-0. Who would have thought at this stage he'd have any hope whatsoever of topping the table?
And well, if that story's anything to go by, he's got a good season ahead to look forward to as well if he
24.
wins this game 3-0. 2027 world champion. Here we come.
Oliver Lyons. 24.
I can tell you that in the group decider on table 2, Lan Yu Hao has won the first frame against Julian Boyko, aided by a break of 51. So Lan will top the group if he wins 3-0 or 3-1. If it's 2-2, then Boyko will be the group winner on 7 points by dint of his higher break so far today of 90. But of course, Lan could improve on that. Jones tantalisingly close to winning the group. But in this format, you're never quite sure until it's actually in the bag. With my wicked outlook on stuff, I was thinking, what about if Oliver Lyons did win this group with 4 points? Spare a thought for Ben Wollaston, who finished third in his group with 6.
Yeah, and we can bring it up all day tomorrow as well, can't we? Because he's joining us in the commentary box, and make no mistake, I'll mention that.
Of course, the maximum number of points you can get without winning a group is 7. I still think for Jack Jones there's not a lot to panic about. Only needs a frame, lines, not exactly in top gear.
Yeah, been a bit of a tactical standoff here, but Jack Jones has just got the initiative now. Can pick his point with his cue ball. He'd like to leave it somewhere near the yellow, cut off access to the red on the right side cushion, but that comes with its risks, because he'll leave a shot to nothing potentially for Oliver into this right corner pocket. The red just down from the 2 next to the pink. And he can play that now.
If you can hear balls being potted in the background, that's Lan Yu Hao on the neighbouring table. Already 1-0 up on Julian Boyko and leading by 39 points to 0 in frame 2 at the table scoring.
Caught that safety shot a little too thick, Jack Jones. This red is potable to the right corner for Oliver. Again, he needs to be careful, because if he misses it, he may leave reds available. I'd quite like to play it in such a way that he can get on the black. But in the end, tried to hedge his bets and go up the table. Felt that way the only red he could leave was the one he attempted. I think the Browns come to his rescue.
What?
The old shot to nothing. Actually, Oliver Lyons wishes now that the safety aspect of the shot was not quite as good. A bigger bounce off the ball cushion would have been ideal for the yellow. But he can lay a very troublesome snooker.
Oliver Lyons 1.
Well, frankly, Stephen, to leave that red on was criminal.
Yeah, we were both sort of scratching our head as to the shot that Oliver elected to play in the end. Like, just nestling behind the yellow, trying to be too clever, clearly. Like, what's the point in pushing the yellow safe when there's 4 points in it? But then to not get the yellow safe and not get the cover behind the blue is just criminal. Okay, it may have been an easy escape even from tight in behind the yellow with the 3 reds there being such a big target, but he's just completely lost control of the table now.
Jack Jones 1.
Not losing control of Group 4. In fact, emerging as favourite, Lan Yu Hao. He's still potting balls on table 2, but he's going to take a 2-0 lead over Julian Boyko. So for Boyko to now top the table, he has to win the last 2 frames and draw. If Lan wins one of the next 2 and wins that match, he tops the table with a maximum 9 points. The transferred side on the white meant he came off that ball cushion absolutely dead. And now another chance for Lyons to win the first of the 3 he needs.
One.
Well, it could have been better positionally. Didn't want to be playing this black over the top of the 2 reds. Just needs to be careful because the black will be respotted, obviously. Wants to get far enough out I think he's okay. Good shot. And now we can focus the mind on
8.
trying to take out this clearance.
Nine.
Lan Yu Hao
16.
did go 2-0 up with an 85 clearance.
Seventeen.
And still it would appear Jones being made to wait
24.
for that one frame he needs.
26. Oliver lines 26.
The green would have killed the frame off. As it is, Jones 29 behind, 25 on, one snooker needed.
Yes.
Actually, in a group decider earlier this week, Jimmy Robertson, he was in exactly the same situation in the first frame on the green. He got the snooker, cleared up to force a respotted black, won that frame on the respotted black, and then went on to win 3-0, and he's in the last 32.
Thank you. 3.
I'd like to keep the brown on the table because it provides another ball in play to potentially get the snooker, but if he pots it, it's one snooker to win from the blue. So there's pros and cons to either decision here for Jack Jones. What's it going to be? So he's going to go on the hunt for the snooker from the blue, try and get the 5
7.
penalty points. No, he won't be too pleased where that cue ball has come to rest. He's got to travel some distance now to find cover in behind the black. Plenty of left-hand side. Just didn't quite catch the blue thick enough.
Jack Jones 7.
I think if I was Ollie, just try and drop this blue in or over. Try and take another ball off the table. Or at least try and force Jack to take another one off the table.
Thank you.
Very level-headed, good match play comes from Jack Jones. But he's only human. He must see this group starting to look a little bit smelly. Especially now, because with that, Oliver Lyons is definitely going to lead 1-0.
Oliver lines 5 and the frame.
Jones concedes, the group remains very much alive. Who would have thought it? Now over on table 2, Lanyu how if he wins this frame. He wins the group with a maximum 9 points. He'll know the situation, so maybe there was a tightening of the arm there.
Lan Yuhao 1.
And bear in mind, if Boyko does get the draw, these two will both finish on 7 points. They'll have identical frames won, lost records. But he would get the verdict because of a 90 break he's made. Play for the cannon there on the red to remove it and stay on the black. Just skimmed off the red, and so it's end of break.
Julian Boyko 1.
Tell you what, Steve, in the last hour or so, boy, these permutations kept us on our toes. Ooh.
1.
Well, that helps, doesn't it? He's found a plant there. Yeah, it's getting exciting, really, isn't it? It's not very often both groups come down to the last game like this, where so many players have been involved, and our feature table has been quite tasty for the last couple of hours, really. Keep you up to date with what happens over on Track 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Of course, we are heavily invested in how this group here on Table 1 is going to conclude. Good start for Oliver. Remember, he has to win 3-0 to win this group and progress to Phase 2. And all of a sudden, he's starting to find them.
Well, I think if he were to win this group, it would be one of the most extraordinary revivals in the history of this tournament.
Eight. Oliver lines 8.
The problem Lines has got is that he's not got the firepower out there to put Jones under sustained pressure. He could do it in bits and pieces, but it's unlikely. During that famous win for Lines in the quarter-final of the British Open a couple of years ago, he did have the firepower. A century, 2 70-plus breaks, 2 other half-centuries. He'll have to replicate that for the remainder of this contest. But now Jones is in, and he has been by far the heavier scorer of the two today.
Yeah, it was very confidently played, wasn't it? He's absolutely thumped that red into the yellow pocket, leaving plenty had he have missed it. So there was danger attached to it. Very well played. I like that one back, though. Okay, he's got this red to right corner, but it wasn't the red that he played for.
Thank you. 4. 9. Ten.
Just about had enough angle on that blue
15.
to avoid cannoning into either pink or reds. Playing the 2 cushion round for the red at the back of the cluster. That right hand side spin just took the cue ball away from it a touch, and that made the difference. Want it to be much straighter on that red.
Jack Jones 15.
You can feel this getting tighter, can't you? Not just the position, but also the 2 cue arms out there.
Well, hold on to your hats for this one, because he's going to be going into the reds. Oh, and now he's hoping and praying.
1.
Look at where that's landed. It was a natural path, clearly, for the cue ball into the cluster. It was a gamble, but there's no way he would have anticipated the cue ball could have found the gap and
Pink
landed
ball.
on nothing. He can just get through to this pink. And that's all he could
Oliver
do.
Lines 1.
Jones trying to become the 3rd Welshman through to the 2nd stage of the tournament after Dylan Emery and Jackson Page. As for Oliver Lyons, he's trying to become the 8th Englishman through. England and China so far have the most representatives in the last 32 with 7 each.
One thing that's quite clear looking at Oliver Lyons right now is the difference to his body language from his first 2 matches. Something was clearly bugging him earlier on. He didn't look himself, he looked dejected, he didn't look like he wanted to be there, but all of a sudden now the table has literally turned, and results have meant that there's a chance he can get out of this phase 1 into phase 2. You can see that even though his game isn't, you know, in top condition, he's not playing his best snooker by any stretch, but he's knuckling down and his attitude is better.
Yeah, you could say you might well be the least impressive group winner so far, but that won't concern him in the slightest. It's all about getting the mission accomplished. Sometimes you have to win ugly and win luckily. To come through a group with 4 points, that would be definitely lucky.
foul. Jack Jones, 4.
Well, that could be quite significant, that in off, because hand on table, cue ball wherever he likes in the D, he can attack something here.
One of those situations, large risk, large reward. Well, he tried to mitigate the risk by screwing back into balk. The cue ball just about reaching the balk line. Not really close though. Can tell you with a 54 break, Julian Boyko has won the third frame against Lan Yu Hao on table 2. So the destination of Group 4 goes right down to its very final frame.
Well, the long balls for both are just not consistently finding the target, and quite often that can lead to a scrappier match. Players aren't getting in off their own accord and creating their own chances. Often means that they are relying on mistakes from one another. And there's going to be mistakes, there's tension all of a sudden, there's pressure out there. What
can Jones do from here? Already missed a blue to the same pocket he should have knocked in the match. But he's already 11 to the good. And this constitutes a proper chance.
See how the cue ball reacted off that top cushion there. That was a left cut on the blue, and to check the cue ball up, you play that naturally with right hand side, and that time he had quite an excessive amount of right hand side on the cue ball to really check it back up.
7.
Judged it well. Those little shots, they don't look much when you're watching on TV, but when you actually play them on these tables with these conditions, the cloths are ultra slippy, ultra reactive, very missable shots for players that aren't used to these conditions. I think we saw that yesterday with Paul Norris, didn't we? I got the impression that the table and conditions were just catching him out of touch. Of course, he's on the tour for the first time, and it's all a little bit new to him at the minute, sort of finding his feet.
Well, the cue ball got away from Jones there. I think he'd be well advised not to try anything too risky here. Just lock the door.
Jack Jones, 12.
Yeah, he's been fortunate to not leave anything easy there for Oliver, because there wasn't a right lot point of taking that red on. It was, the percentages were against him, I felt. He's got control of the scoreboard at the very least, and slight control of the table at that time, but gave the initiative back to Oliver.
Isn't it strange? One of the most fluent groups we've seen for the most part. He's becoming really scrappy when the chips are down.
Well, it's a lovely safety shot that Oliver has played. It really was to get in behind the brown from where the cue ball was on that left side of the table. That contact had to be ultra fine on the red. Line and pace, absolutely perfect, but there's so many big targets on this table. Seems unlikely that Jack would leave anything.
One.
Line's just not going away. Stubborn.
And a nice angle on this pink to get down this end, but what can he do with it? Well, this is not a gimme
Seven.
now. Just wonder if he had the angle to go top of the white there. Lots of pace. It might have gone close to arcing into the reds and trying to dislodge them, but he chose to play for the loose one. And in one shot, he may
Oliver
have just
blinds
done his chances of winning this group.
Yeah, frame transformed in a single blow. Transformed against Mr. Lyons.
It was a tough shot to bring yourself to take on, really. He committed to it, and he knew the consequences should he miss it. But goodness me, Phil, what about that?
Extraordinary. An absolutely total miss it. I mean, the red didn't even reach the pocket, just caught it so thin. And now it's gifted Lions a chance for 2-0.
And I tell you what, if Oliver has got the presence of mind right now and he's thinking clearly out there, he is thinking that today might be his day. He should be thinking that anyway, because things like that don't happen very often. Groups like this don't happen very often. He's got to try and knuckle down now. If he can take out this frame, what a climax to this match we've got.
So, Stephen, what happened on that red for Jones?
8.
I think he's just completely misjudged how thin it was. I mean, the fact he's caught it that thin is so surprising, but yeah, possibly just alignment. He thought, as long as I catch it thin, I'll pot it. But he didn't anticipate catching it that thin.
Nine.
Let's not forget this could kickstart Lines' season. He's played in both the China Open and Wuhan Open qualifiers already and didn't win anything there.
$16. 17.
Scoring a little stifle today for Lines. Only one break of any note,
24.
57 during his 2-all draw with Alfie Burden.
$25. $32.
These should have been on the side of Jack Jones when it comes to the scoreboard. He would have been over the line by now, thinking about phase 2.
$33. $39.
24 in front, so he still needs the penultimate red colour and the last red. Very rare you see a red
39.
so deep in the jaws and not drop.
Oh, how has it not dropped? Look at this. He's even played it at such a pace to allow it to drop. Oh, that is brutal. That is brutal. How has that not dropped?
Well, flipping the coin, two things very much in favour of Jones here. The awkward last red and the awkward yellow.
1.
Would have loved the cue ball to just travel on maybe
8.
half an inch more.
Jack Jones, 8.
Down rails. They are so easy to miss. What a tense frame, what a tense group, when it looked as though it was all going to be wrapped up, maybe a match early.
Yeah, that yellow's going to play a key role now as well, isn't it? Because both players will need it. So chance for Jack Jones maybe to attempt this red right corner. Cue ball back down this end. Oh, he's got it thin and he's brought the yellow out. So this frame really has become tense now. Because whoever pots the red, you fancy to win the frame. No. Well, oh, he stayed with it, and he's just given us the hand gesture to suggest that the cue ball drifted, perhaps to his favour there.
At least where the yellow is, it wouldn't have been quite as destructive as it would have been if the yellow was on its spot.
Can't pot a colour from there. Well, he could pot the black, but there's no point. So
Pink ball.
Pink to the rail. Insurance that way. Cue ball to the baulk cushion.
Oliver lines 1.
So Lines 17 points ahead. He needs yellow, green and brown. Jones, as it stands, requires all 6 colours. And again, a total miss hit.
Yeah, I think this yellow is potable, but the black may be causing Oliver problems. The natural line may take the cue ball close to a cannon.
Two.
So again, just not trying to do too much with it, not trying to overplay the shot, just take the points, get them off the table.
Oliver lines 2.
I'll tell you what, there's some very nervy stuff going on here. And it's not confined to one camp.
What about that for a result?
Well, I'll repeat what you said. What about that for a result? Couldn't have wished for anything better. The perfect contact on green. Right now there's a demon on Jack Jones's shoulder saying, how did you get into this mess? Well, for a variety of reasons. Remember, on table 2 right now, the last frame of the day, Julian Boyko and Lan Yu Hao. Whoever wins it wins the group. It's 24-23 to Lan. All 4 players, as they say in pool, sweating it. Of course, if Jones can salvage this frame, he has topped the table, and rest assured in the last couple of frames, the freedom would return to his cue arm and he'd probably play very nicely.
Thank you.
Jack was lured into trying to get that cue ball in behind that big target brown. Failed to do so, catching the jaws of the middle pocket. Will Oliver be tempted by this green?
.19 in front, Oliver Lynes, so a simple green, followed by a simple brown. And the dream remains alive. The dream of coming back from the snooker dead to win this group.
Seven.
I'm sure Jack Jones can't quite believe what's happening. He's had this group in the palm of his hand and it's not stuck.
Oliver Lynes. 7. Frame conceded. Frame
26
Oliver
the difference, 18 on, 2 snookers needed by Jones. He concedes. Oliver Lynes 2-0 up in a match he had to win 3-0. Wow, one more frame. And talk about snooker's great escape, Stephen.
Incredible. I mean, I cannot believe we're sat here this evening talking about Oliver still in with a chance to win this group. Now, things are getting interesting on table 2, aren't they? Because this group has come down to the final frame of the day. Winner takes all. The high break now cannot come into it because there aren't enough points on the table. So if Boyko gets the draw, he gets the nod.
Eight.
I've kept an eye on this game, you know, Phil, and Lan Yuhao, he looked in free-flowing form at the start of this match. He looked mustard in amongst the balls, and all of a sudden this frame, now there's a lot riding on it. He's missed a few, I can assure you.
Yeah, Boyko has been the better player, I think, marginally over the course of the day as he lays an absolute cracker of a snooker in behind the green. Started out with a 3-0 win over Ian Martin, made breaks of 1986 in that. Then he beat Josh Thomond 3-1 with a 65 break included. If in doubt, lash out.
Oh, how well has he played that, to be fair? He taps the table like it almost in apology, but he's played it really well as far as I'm concerned. Okay, he may have been trusting a little bit to luck, but good line, good vision.
Frayed nerves 4 times over on adjoining tables here at the Mattioli Arena. It's been a freaky Friday. Thought he was going to have an outrageous fluke, but that near jaw that has been the culprit so often just catches the red and it stays over the pocket.
Strange things are happening, Phil. There's some seriously strange goings on in this arena today. One being you having beans with your lamb roast dinner, by the way.
Yeah, I know, that was a bit of a bad move. Yeah, beans and commentary boxes don't go together.
8.
But like I say, Oliver, if he has the presence of mind out there at the moment, he'll be recognising this and he'll be picking up on it. And so he should, because things are happening, aren't they?
9.
Well, when I was having that aforementioned meal, it was on the same table with Oliver. He was sitting there slumped, thinking about the fact his season had started off in a pretty terrible fashion. And yet all of a sudden, circumstances have conspired very much in his favour.
14.
And to be honest, you have to commend his attitude towards this evening, because
15.
you know, in groups gone by, we've seen players just completely throw the towel in at the thought of how bad they've played in previous matches, but all of a sudden there was a glimmer of hope, a little silver lining for Oliver, but he still had to stand up and he's still got to take the chance, but he's done so well so far.
And if you've watched every ball in this group, Alfie Burden has been infinitely better
22.
than Oliver Lyons today. Infinitely better. And yet, it might be Lyons who is king of the group. Oh, but thinking about that skim off the bunch, he caught the red too thick. Reprieve for Jones.
Yeah, he wasn't perfect on that red by any stretch. But again, he fully committed to it. Now, what's Jack Jones got in the tank? He's been gifted an opportunity here to get back into this frame.
One.
What do they call this kind of situation, Stephen? Character building.
Six.
Well, Jones, by and large, his scoring has been far more potent than that of Lyons. But can he find one more sizable break?
Seven.
When he got to the final at the Crucible, there were many occasions where he had to dig deep, and he did.
$15.
It's a decent enough chance this now, isn't
22.
it? The reds, they look nicely spread. Just wonder what actually pots to this right corner pocket.
23.
Might have to play a little cannon at some stage, but they don't need too much pace, those reds. Just control.
Well, that wasn't the best. Caught that black a little fat. And because he's probably going to have to power this red, this could easily wobble and stay on the table.
$31.
One test passed, another one coming up.
this is a pressure blue now, isn't it, with that red over the middle. Oh, and he's played it well. Good pot, very thin. Didn't really know where the cue ball was going, but it was going in a direction that was unlikely he wouldn't land on something. Oh, look at how much side he got on that cue ball, and he's been fortunate. Didn't want that amount of right-hand side. But it's worked out fine.
$43.
Julian Boyko on the verge of victory. Not in the match, but in Group 4. Remember, he only needs a draw against Lan Yuhao to win the group with 7 points. Lan would also have 7 points. Identical frame differences. But Boyko's 90 break in the first match today might well carry
51.
the day.
3.
Low scoring frame. He's 23 in front. He needs yellow and green.
52.
This ball to make Ukraine the 7th nation represented in the last 32. Barring snookers, of course.
59. 60.
And again, Stephen, it looks as though the top seeds in these groups have found a way.
Yeah, Jack Jones has dug in deep here for this visit, because at one stage...
66. 67.
But for a remarkable comeback, both top seeds pretty much in unison have won their group.
Yeah, I think the way that Oliver Lyons played, he would be the first
73.
to admit he didn't perhaps deserve to top the group, but sometimes it's not about deserving, it's about actuality.
Thank you. 74.
One more frame to go, of course, on table 1. But now the big issues have been settled.
$80.
Lan Yuhao 4.
Jack Jones, 80.
Jack Jones relieved of Cumbran. He's got the frame he needed. Oliver Lyons will not come back from the dead to win the group, but he could still win the match, and that could be financially viable. What a day, Stephen. What a day, and still Lan Yuhao battles away here. If he can pot the blue, he'd be 19 behind, so one snooker on the pink to possibly force a respotted black.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that that will happen. Julian Boyko's done really well here. He was 2-0 down in this match, and the pressure was heavily on, clearly. Good response. He's done what was needed to be done. Quite an open group in the end, wasn't it? I think all players coming into it would have fancied the job, but ultimately the top seed has had just a little bit more in the tank.
Yeah, and barring something extraordinary, Boyko will go into Group D to take on Scott Donaldson, Noppon Sankam and one other. Jack Jones breaks off in the last frame of the day with a lot more freedom in the cue arm. So just to give you some idea of what's happening here, Jack Jones, if he loses this frame, will be on 4 points, the same as Michael Larkoff. But he will have won 6 frames against 5 lost. Larkoff won 5 and lost 6. Oliver Lyons, of course, would get to 4 points as well. But he would be on 6 frames won, 6 lost. So on frame difference, there's no way that Jones can be toppled. But if Lyons wins this frame, he would claim second place from Larkoff. And the unbeaten Alfie Burden, who's made a load of breaks and entertained royally, would leave with nothing. He'd be bottom of the standings. Rather unfair.
Tough school, isn't it? And again, an example of a group that you just can't predict. There's no blueprint to success in the Championship League. Every group is unique.
Had the group still been on the line, he might not have played that.
One.
So in many respects, Stephen, the most important match of the day, the way it's turned out, was the first, when Jones beat Larkoff 3-0.
Yeah, those frame scores, those aggregate scores, they make a big difference, don't they? When all is said and done, every frame counts. And this one will certainly count for Oliver, as you just alluded to.
9.
The difference between a few extra ranking points.
If he wins the frame, he's got £2,000 and 2,000 points. If he loses the frame, he's got nothing.
$17. $22.
Well, he's found a proper good spot there, hasn't he? He's gone into the pack and he's opened the reds nicely, but stuck on one, so
22.
not able to do anything with that. And now all of a sudden a bit of a stalemate might have been created. Reds in baulk, meaning players can't get up there, so it's just going to be tapping up to the red in the middle of the table. Things you love to see in the last frame of the day, Phil.
Molly makes his mind up. What about this little stat? 22 completed groups now. Well, this one isn't completed, but it's completed in terms of supplying the winner. 22 groups over, 16 top seeds successful.
Thank you. Foul. Jack Jones, 4. Jack Jones, 4.
He can't hit it. Come on, Oliver. You're nearly there. One more go.
So, Stephen, explain what he's trying to do here. Hit the ball on the extreme left-hand side and just tickle into the red?
Yeah, he can't obviously go at the white with any sort of power for fear of a push shot and leaving the red, so he's just trying to tickle up to it, but the arm just won't allow for it to happen. You know, Jack might have been better off having the first attempt replaced, because then if he'd have done it again, he'd have been warned. Come on, Oliver, don't be shy. Have another go.
Don't know, you know, whether it's drifting off down that portion of the table, but that's quite a large number of shots I've seen. 2 in particular from Jones, where he's grossly overcut a red.
Well, I know for a fact that both these two upstairs in the Players' Lounge have mentioned that they feel the table is just drifting a fraction.
1.
So perhaps something for the table fitters to investigate.
Yeah, when he missed that really bad red with the rest, that was my initial thought. Not saying these guys are machines, but that miss was
6.
too bad to really imagine it would be. Down to Jones entirely.
7. Done. Eleven.
The ultimate goal, Stephen, was to win the group. But I think from where he was
17.
after 2 matches to finish second, that would be a smaller bonus, but a bonus nevertheless.
Yeah, because let's face it, and he'll admit this too, the way he played earlier on, he probably thought that he was going to leave today in bottom position
18.
with no ranking points and nothing to show for it in terms of readies in the back pocket. So the fact he has got the chance now and should convert this chance into a frame winner and take home a couple of thousand. It's not a bad day's work really in the grand scheme of things.
$24.
World number 53 at the start of the season. We have mentioned on more than one occasion he's been beaten in the China Open
25.
and Wuhan Open. So at 53 it would be quite easy to get sucked into that relegation dogfight at the end of the year. So all donations gratefully accepted.
$31. $32. $39. $40.
Just taking a quick look at the scoreboard, he's 54 in front. The black and one more red, and it's hey presto.
$47. $48.
Looks like Lyons is going to reserve his best for last in
55.
terms of high break.
$56.
Indeed, that's his
61.
top break of the day.
$62. $67. $68.
Well, he saved his best till last, did Oliver Lyons, but his best just wasn't quite good enough to top this table. He shakes the hand of Jack Jones, and it's Jack Jones who will win our group here on our feature table. Jack Jones through to phase two. Oliver Lyons may have some regrets in that third frame. He took that red onto left corner. It was a red that may have just won in this group. Remember, he needed the 3-0 victory. He wins 3-1, but just misses out on frame difference. So let's have a look at the results from today. Here's table 2, group 4, which has been played over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Top seed again, Julian Boyko, through to phase 2, topping the table with 7 points and actually going through with the high break of the day, tied on points with Lan Yu Hao, Q School Order of Merit number 1. player Joshua Tommond and Ian Martin coming up from the rear. Table 1, as we've just seen, Jack Jones through to phase 2. A good performance overall today, but look at that, what a tight group. And Alfie Burden leaves with no ranking points and no prize money, having been unbeaten all day, which is quite incredible, and again just highlights how unpredictable this Championship League is. There really is no right or wrong way to approach it. Every game and every group is very unique. We've seen good spells from Michael Larkov today. I think plenty for him to work for, plenty for him to look forward to over the coming 2 seasons as well on tour for the first time, but valuable experience and match practice today. Oliver Lyons, having started the day so dreadfully, he's left with 2,000 ranking points and £2,000 in the back pocket. A little bit of a consolation prize. But Jack Jones in top spot into phase 2, and our group champion has joined our very own Phil Yates.
Jack, Freaky Friday. What a group that was.
Yeah, I know. It turned out a bit crazy in the end, didn't it? Yeah, I just fell over the line.
You had a red there that you missed from short range against Alfie in the last frame. Had you won that match, you would have won the group with a match to spare. In the end, you didn't have a frame to spare. That was a really character-building 80 break, in fairness, though, that you got over the line with.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I didn't feel very good all day, really. Against Mikhail Larkov, I probably looked like I played better than what I was playing, kind of thing. So I always knew I kind of could struggle at any point. So yeah, table was like so hard, unbelievably tight. Yeah, it was difficult. Yeah, it was. Yeah, just fell over the line.
And a tight table is something we don't associate with the Championship League. Yeah,
I know. I was expecting to come in and the pocket to be massive. So I was devastated when I seen how tight it was. But yeah, I mean, I suppose it's better than being tight than what they was. So yeah, all good.
But finally, you've got to be in it to win it. And so maybe now, in the intervening week, you can find some form and come back and win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How long is it till the next stage, is it?
It's just over a week, I believe.
Is it? Yeah, so I'll practice hard now for another week. Hopefully come back feeling a lot better for the next group.
At least you're through. It was nervy.
It was, yeah.
Well done.
Cheers, Phil. Thanks, mate.
It was nervy, but it was very exciting to watch, and it kept us thoroughly entertained all day. Believe it or not, we're over halfway through phase 1, but plenty more snooker to come, and here's what we've got for you in store tomorrow. Over on table 2, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel sees Ukrainian professional Anton Kazakov, Robbie Williams, 3 times women's world champion Nugget Onyi, and Stephen Maguire kicks off his campaign as he looks to defend his Championship League title. And on our feature table, we've got Q-Skull top-up Patrick Whelan, 20-year-old Irishman Leon Crowley, Welshman Jamie Jones, and top seed is the captain Ali Carter. So 22 players are into the last 32, still plenty more groups and plenty more snooker to be played in this year's ranking version of the BetVictor Championship League. Thank you for your company once again today. We'll do it all again tomorrow from 11 AM from us all here in Leicester. It's a very good night.